Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Ontario Biodiversity Summit Restoration Sessions. My name is Stefan Weber. I'm the director of the Ontario Plant Restoration Alliance, which is a member of the Ontario Biodiversity Council, and I will be your host today. So before we open our sessions, and to help us open the ethical space in which we are meeting here today, we're going to start with a message from Steve Hounsell and Dorothy Taylor. And Colin is going to play their message for us. Thanks for joining us today.
Hello, I am Steve Hounsell, Chair of the Ontario Biodiversity Council. I'd like to welcome all of you to our Ontario Biodiversity Summit, Nature-Based Solutions for the 21st Century. I also want to briefly introduce you to the Ontario Biodiversity Council, now in its 16th year, and the host of this summit. We are a provincial level organization that has come together to achieve the vision and higher order goals and targets that have been set by Ontario's biodiversity strategy, a 10-year strategy that aligns with the Global Strategic Plan for Biological Diversity and its associated IACHI targets. That strategy is a blueprint championed by Council for an ecologically sustainable future for Ontario, its biodiversity, and its people, something we believe is well worth pursuing. We occupy a unique space that links global biodiversity targets with both national efforts and more local implementation efforts. We are working to mainstream biodiversity across all sectors and at all scales in an effort to protect what sustains us. It is embodied in the very membership of Council, with some 38 organizations from a broad constituency of industry and industry associations, conservation and environmental groups, natural heritage institutions, academia, Indigenous organizations, and the provincial government, all united around the theme of protecting what sustains us, our biodiversity. So again, I welcome you to our virtual summit. We hope that the summit will connect people from across Ontario, Canada, and around the world to talk about, celebrate, and most importantly, take action to protect biodiversity and advance nature-based solutions for a more sustainable future for all. You'll be hearing about the alarming state of biodiversity at multiple scales, including from here in Ontario, and the absolute need to bend the curve on biodiversity loss as we pursue a new deal of people living in harmony with nature. It is also an issue that is intertwined both in causation and in solutions with climate change and the pursuit of sustainable development goals, and hence our focus on nature-based solutions. More importantly, you will be hearing about practical solutions to move us towards a more inspired future for all. Remember, the future is all about choices, choices that we collectively make. We will be hosting a number of webinar sessions starting in late May and ending in October. You can find descriptions and outlines of each session on our website, ontariobiodiversitycouncil.ca. We encourage you to register for as many as you can, and yes, they are free. I believe there is something in this summit for just about everyone. We have brought together leading edge thinkers and experts on biodiversity, together with practitioners from many fields to help lead the way towards meaningful, practical, and cost-effective solutions. Let this be the start of an inspired journey to a more sustainable future. We also realize that we need many perspectives, and most notably, Indigenous perspectives, knowledge, and connectedness to nature in order to achieve the transformative change that we so desperately need to address the issues of biodiversity loss and climate change and the pursuit of sustainable development. Now, this was not a small undertaking. It takes a lot of work and organization to pull off such an event. I want to thank our summit planning team and session leads from the Ontario Biodiversity Council. These folks have been working tirelessly for months to bring this summit together. Thank you so much for getting us to where we are. In particular, I want to thank Sarah Rang, Executive Director, and Colin Cassis of the Invasive Species Center for hosting our webinar sessions. It is a huge and much appreciated contribution. And a very special thank you to our sponsors. Sponsors like Ontario Power Generation and Ducks Unlimited Canada, among others. It is because of their collective support that this summit is happening. I also want to respectfully recognize lands where we reside and from where we work. Since time immemorial, the indigenous peoples were self-reliant and well provided for through their own ingenuity and use of the gifts of the land, living in harmony with the balance of nature. We, the Ontario Biodiversity Council, acknowledge that the land where we meet on and strive to protect is the territory of the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee peoples, but now is home to many diverse First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people. That is also true for the many people participating in our summit who may be residing on unceded lands. I'd also like to recognize the critically important role of our Indigenous peoples in conserving biodiversity as teachers of traditional knowledge, for promoting and enlightening us on ethical space and two-eyed seeing, and as valued members of the Ontario Biodiversity Council. I'd now like to ask Dorothy Taylor, Elder, Water Walker, and Knowledge Keeper of Curve Lake First Nation, to share some important words with all of you. And first, by way of introduction, Dorothy Taylor is a Mississauga Ojibwe elder from Curve Lake First Nation. She is known for her work and traditional teachings about the sacredness of water. She shares traditional knowledge and ceremony within her community and various organizations throughout Ontario. She is a hand drummer and a singer. Elder Dorothy Taylor is the founder of the Sacred Water Circle, inspired by traditional Indigenous teachings and leading with hope and spiritual courage. The Sacred Water Circle sees a restored relationship between human communities and water. She has served as a volunteer on the Petroglyph Advisory Council of Curve Lake for 12 years. Currently, Dorothy is the co-chair of the local United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 6 on clean water and sanitation, sponsored by the Kawartha World Issue Center. She lives in Curve Lake with her husband, Mark, and 2 sons. Over to you, Dorothy.
Oh, Chimiquat, Steve. Nimki Kapanashi Dishna Cause Wabagog Dodem, or Skikamong Donjaba. Gitchanendam Sanongam, Minka Kinamage au Sagil Sustainable Development should call that. My name is Dorothy Taylor, and I'm very, very happy to be here and be invited to be speaking regarding Indigenous environmental knowledge to such an esteemed group of people who have worked so hard and care so much for our natural world. I was asked to share a little bit about my understanding of Indigenous environmental knowledge. And first of all, what I want to say about that is, as Indigenous people, and I'm talking around the world, the globe, that we see, we feel, and we interact with the natural world more of a familial relationship. As you know, we refer to the globe of Mother Earth as Mother. We call her Mother. When we gaze upon the sun in the sky, we refer to the sun as Grandfather. And when we look upon the moonlight sky, the moon is Grandmother. And all the trees and animals and insects and the birds, they're our brothers and sisters. So you see how we have a familial relationship with the land, not necessarily a stewardship, because in our stories of creation, water was created first, the land was created next, and everything else was created that lives upon this world. But it was the human people, us, the 4 colors of man, that came to this land, the Mother Earth experience, I call it, because we're only here for a short time. We were here last. And so they welcomed us as the children of the earth. So when we refer to our interaction with the natural world as stewards, to me, the word steward is the definition as, as maybe something in which a person controls or organizes their interaction with the world. And you know, that's not our job. Our We have to have a different perspective on how we interact with the land and with the water. Because to Indigenous people, the the water itself has a spirit, a living spirit. And the lakes, the oceans, the rivers, even the water that falls from the sky, it it is the veins of Mother the Earth. And when we interact with the water, our elders say that we must show gratitude to the or speak gratitude towards the water. So many of you who work on the land and you're always near water, say on a daily basis in your language, be it English, Korean, Chinese, Italian, or Ojibwe, which is miigwech. Say miigwech to that water. It hears us and it has a memory. In terms of the land and the trees and the air and the fire, you know, these are elements that must be treated with respect. So we have more of a spiritual relationship with the land. It's more than an element. It's more than it goes beyond being a resource. We actually have a spiritual familial relationship with the land. So as the four colors of man, we must all remember our original directions as we left the Creator side. And just in brief reference to one of a certain part of our creation story, the white race was given the obligation to look after the air, the yellow race to look after the element of fire, the black race to look after the element of fire of water, and the red race to look after the land. As Native people in the on Turtle Island, which is the continent of North America, we believe that we still remember our obligation, and that's the obligation to the land. As you know, when you turn on the TV and you look on the news, it's always the Indigenous people who are leading many of those protests and on oil and mining and forestry and such, because we believe that there are certain places on our land that have a spiritual power. It's a sacred place. Sacred meaning it has a connection to the higher power. So what I shared with you today in conclusion is that number one, we have a familiar relationship to the land. We believe that land, water, sky, and air, we have a spiritual relationship with it, with creation. And also, it's very important that on a daily basis, we speak gratitude towards those gifts the Creator gave us. And that we're not necessarily stewards of the land, but primarily we must live in harmony. And we have to live in a balanced relationship with the land. So what I shared with you today, I just hope that what our elders from present and beyond and prior, who have taught me the little bit that I'm sharing with you today, that this will help you in the work as you go forward as professionals and in the work that you do. So I say miigwech for inviting me and to sharing a little bit that I know. And I wish you luck and have fun on this biodiversity and this group this conference that you're participating in webinar. Now miigwech. Meet you.
Sorry, Stefan, this is Colin here. I just noticed I think you're on mute still. So if you don't mind unmuting.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, is my microphone working?
Your mic is sounding great right now.
Perfect, thank you. Sorry about that glitch, and thanks again to Steve and to Dorothy for those messages. Now, before we proceed with the conference, I just wanted to take a moment of silence to remember the victims of the residential schools. So if you could join me for 1 minute of silence, please. Okay, thanks everyone. We'll continue now. So we'll begin with our first of 3 panel sessions for the day. This workshop goes until 3:30, 4 o'clock, if you want to linger at the end for further conversation. But our first panel today is called Opportunities for Restoration. And this is a land-based, land-focused session. And we'll have 4 different panelists. But before we get to the panel presentations, we want to introduce some of the themes in this session, as well as the idea of ecosystem services, the value of nature-based solutions, and green infrastructure. So we're going to start with a video from Joanna Equiem, who unfortunately could not join us today, but she sent a video and presentation for us to enjoy. Joanna is the Director of Climate Programs for the Intact Center on Climate Adaptation with the University of Waterloo. Natural infrastructure is at the heart of her career, having worked as a professional geoscientist over the last 20 years in Canada and the UK, specializing in climate adaptation, river restoration, flood and erosion management. Before joining the center, Joanna was the national lead for climate change at AECOM Canada. Her focus areas are at Intact include preservation, restoration, and effective management of natural infrastructure to reduce climate risk. So Colin, take it away and enjoy Joanna's presentation, everyone. See you in a minute.
Hi, and thanks, Stefan, for inviting me to speak to this summit on restoring biodiversity and ecological connections. I'm really excited to share some thoughts on natural infrastructure, the win-win-win-win approach, as I've called it, to get us really thinking about the different benefits of natural infrastructure. And hopefully I can provide a few thoughts to consider throughout the course of the summit, even if I cannot be there with you today. So first of all, I want to consider why we need this session. So I think the key thing is that natural infrastructure or nature is victim to economic market failure and the tragedy of the commons. So it's a public good that provides ecosystem services, but these services are not traded in typical markets, so they don't have a direct monetary value, even though they are of value. And this means people can benefit from ecosystem services even if they do not invest in them or pay for them. And the cost of damages or benefits of restoration are not factored into our traded markets or our economic decision making. And fundamentally, that means we are making decisions that are not economically sound and diminish our natural capital. And I think it's really important to kind of consider nature in this economic sense also, because it really drives how we should be thinking about nature in the future. So this is not just an environmental issue. So I think this is more and more being framed as an economic issue, with nature being at the heart of our economy. So probably many of you saw the various reports that were published last year looking at for example, the World Economic Forum's New Nature Economy series, the Desk Up to Review, really starting to look at nature as the basis for our business and our economy, and the fact that we are dependent largely on nature, and that it really is not separate to our economy. And I think here in Canada, we see this in that we see a rise in insured catastrophic losses in Canada. And one of the underlying causes of kind of a less resilience, obviously, we're experiencing climate change and other factors also, but the degradation of natural infrastructure is a contributing factor reducing resilience to flooding also. So in terms of natural assets or green infrastructure, I just wanted to provide a little bit of context of how I'm referring to these different areas. So I see green infrastructure really as an overarching term. And we may consider within green infrastructure natural assets, so intact ecosystems, including wetlands, rivers, forests, coastal marshes, etc. And then we may see enhanced assets, so green gardens, where we're using or mimicking natural function or incorporating vegetation, or whether engineered assets, for example, rain barrels, might be mimicking the actual processes themselves, so the physical processes. So we can consider this all maybe as green infrastructure. And in some contexts, green infrastructure has been expanded in Canada to include infrastructure that reduces greenhouse gases, but I'm going to be really focusing more on natural assets. So natural infrastructure or natural assets function at different scales. And I think this is a key thing in Canada, that we are kind of working up to the functional scale or the landscape scale. So we're seeing more management in the river basins, ecological corridors, and we need to get to coastal cells also. So this kind of functional scale is really where things really start getting interesting, and it should be a nested approach really under that umbrella. So for example, natural infrastructure can reduce flood and erosion risk. Here is an example of various different methods of incorporating natural infrastructure that can increase storage of water, increase roughness, and slow down flows as they go down the catchment. It can increase the amount of losses of water through infiltration and evapotranspiration. We can desynchronize peak flows, so which makes flooding less problematic and reduce soil and river erosion. So by working with natural processes, we can actually become more resilient to flooding and erosion risk while achieving multiple benefits and ecosystem services. Natural infrastructure also reduces extreme heat, which is becoming more and more of a problem and a future problem in Canada. So we see a lot of focus on greening or verdissement, as we say here in Quebec. So particularly the focus on tree planting, but also we need to think wider about maybe our wetlands and our rivers and the contribution that they bring to reducing and creating cooling corridors for us to escape the extreme heat. Natural infrastructure also stores carbon. So we have soils and vegetation are beyond the ocean, are the biggest storage of carbon. So we really need to think about, obviously, again, there's a lot of focus on tree planting, but really wetlands and peatlands are very important for storage of carbon and sequestration. Going forward, we need to think about more holistic solutions beyond just trees. And overall, natural infrastructure really means improving our natural capital. And as I mentioned previously, that's kind of one of the bases for our economy. So we can see natural capital supporting produced and human capital, and that in basically being the basis of our economy rather than the economy being something separate to nature. So the services provided by nature and natural infrastructure are fairly numerous. We've just mentioned 4 services, which is why I've called it the win-win-win-win-win approach. So we can divide these into provisioning, regulation, supporting, and cultural services. And simply grey infrastructure does not offer these benefits. And really, I think one of the secrets of kind of the argument for restoration of ecosystems is really these additional pluses that green infrastructure or natural infrastructure has over a grey infrastructure. So, and we can really start considering it more as mainstream. In terms of progress in Canada over the last 10 years, we've seen several municipal scale initiatives to inventory and value our natural infrastructure. And here on the slide in green, you can see all the different municipalities that have been working away at this, with several of them in Ontario. And we see an evolution from valuation based largely on spatial area and benefit transfer to valuing certain functions, for example, as I mentioned, the flood and erosion risk reduction, up to the river basin scale. And basically these practical examples are being used to incorporate natural assets or natural infrastructure into municipal asset management planning. So the services, the public services they provide are important and need to be taken account alongside built assets. However, it's kind of an additional activity at the moment undertaken by forward-thinking municipalities, NGOs, and research groups, and the values of natural assets are not currently reflected in financial reporting. So one of the key challenges is to mainstream the management and restoration of natural assets in the new nature economy, and basically demonstrate the value or the return that we are receiving in investing in nature. So I think I would like to leave you with one of the key diagrams from the Desk Up to Review, which basically states that the solution starts with understanding and accepting a simple truth that our economies are embedded within nature, not external to it. And in particular, I like the quote about we are all asset managers. So basically, our decisions, we manage our assets through spending and investment decisions, and that includes natural infrastructure, which can maybe be seen as a superstructure in which we all are living. And I think the discussions that you're going to have now about restoration of ecosystems are really key to supporting that economy. Thank you very much.
Hello, I hope you can hear me. I hope this is working still. So welcome back. Thank you so much, Joanna. I think that really highlighted the co-benefits of restoration and conserving nature as green infrastructure. So we're going to launch into our panel next, which will be a series of, we'll call them lightning round short presentations, beginning with Brittany McLeod, who is an ecologist with Canadian Wildlife Service. She has spent the past 10 years working in the field of wildlife and habitat conservation in Ontario and British Columbia. In her current role, she's currently responsible for landscape conservation planning and coordinating the Priority Place Initiative in Ontario. She received her Bachelor of Environmental Studies from the University of Waterloo and her Master of Science from Trent University. Next, we will be joined by Kim Gavin, who's a member of the Ontario Biodiversity Council as well. She's the General Manager with Conservation Ontario. Kim graduated from Brock University with a degree in Human Geography. For over 30 years, Kim has been working with in the natural heritage field with positions in both government and non-government, including the Ministry of Natural Resources, the Ontario Heritage Trust, Ontario Nature, the Severn Sound Remedial Action Plan and the Oak Ridges Moraine Foundation. Kim has also been involved in many boards and committees, including the Latrinel Conservation Symposium Steering Committee, the Couching Conservancy Carolinian Canada Coalition, Natural Spaces Alliance, and the Ontario Land Trust Alliance. Then we will hear from Liz Bennion, who is a former journalist and newspaper editor who has been the leading environmental advocacy and in educational organizations since 2004. Currently, Liz is the Executive Director and Manager of Environmental Education for Ontario Green, a charity that provides free curriculum-based environmental science presentations in schools. She is also the founder of Biodiversity and Climate Action Niagara. I'm from Niagara, which is a collective in Niagara's environmental groups and citizens that advocates for proven municipal best practices and policies that protect and enhance local biodiversity and combat climate change. In recognition of her dedication to preserving and enhancing the environment, Liz has received local, provincial, and national awards. Yeah, Liz. And then we will hear from Adam Brylowski. So Adam is really awesome. He stepped up last minute for us. Thank you so much, Adam. He has been with the Bruce Trail Conservancy for 11 years, helping to manage the land stewardship program, and more recently, the Trail Development Program. He has a background in urban forestry and ecological restoration, a Bachelor of Environmental Studies from York University, and a postgrad certificate in ecosystem restoration from Niagara College. Prior to the BTC, Adam worked for the Forestry Department at the City of Toronto as a natural resource management technician, as well as at an organization called Urban Forest Associates that worked to restore degraded natural spaces in Toronto. So I will hand it over to Brittany, who's going to start us off through these lightning round of presentations, and we'll come back afterwards for a discussion. Thanks very much. Take it away, Brittany.
Good morning. Just looking here. Okay, I have control of this, right, Colin? Okay.
Yes. Sorry, you do.
Okay. All right. Hello, everyone. So my aim with this presentation is to highlight how the Species at Risk Act legislation and the Pan-Canadian Agreement for Species at Risk Conservation are really the policy drivers for a lot of on-the-ground conservation, restoration for species at risk and ecosystems in Ontario, but specifically I'm going to be talking about the work in our priority place. So just quickly, the Pan-Canadian approach to species at risk conservation, it's an agreement between federal, provincial, and territorial governments that basically shifts from a single species approach to trying to conserve species at risk to one that focuses on multi-species and ecosystems. And so through this agreement, the governments have decided to focus on shared priorities, which are on priority places, priority species, and priority sectors and threats. So this is essentially the agreement of how they're going to recover species at risk in Canada. So one principle of that agreement that I mentioned was to focus on priority places. So these are areas of high biodiversity value. About 11 of them have been identified across Canada. And this is where the federal, provincial, and territorial governments are working with partners, with the local communities, with non-government organizations to develop and implement conservation action plans. So here in Ontario, our priority place is what we call Long Point Walsingham Forest, and it's focused on the Long Point Natural Area and the Norfolk Forest Complex. So we have been using a process called the conservation standards, or what was known as the open standards, for planning, implementing, and monitoring the work in the priority place. And so what we did was we set up an initial set of planning workshops in early 2018, 2019, where we started to develop a first draft conservation plan. About 23 organizations were engaged in the development of that plan. And we came up with what we're calling an integrated conservation action plan. So if anyone's familiar with the conservation standards, we developed this really nifty conceptual model for the priority place. So essentially mapping out what the current situation is. So we have the things that we care about on the right, our human well-being targets, our ecosystem services, our conservation targets, which are primarily ecosystem-based and have the species at risk nested within those targets, again, trying to take that multi-species ecosystem-based approach. And from there, using this process, we were able to map out all of the direct threats to those things that we care about and some of the drivers or contributing factors for why these threats are happening, which then led us to really get at what are the most effective strategies and actions to then address those, which a lot of our restoration-based strategies in Long Point. So the plan contains 6 conservation targets, which again are primarily ecosystem-based with those nested species within them. And the plan focus on 4 key threats. So Phragmites, roads, agricultural runoff, and fire suppression to tallgrass communities. And there's about 13 strategies, which I mentioned are primarily habitat restoration and improvement focused. And so we've been implementing this plan since about 2019, and we've been implementing this plan through a collaborative. So we formed what we call the Long Point Wesleyan Forest Collaborative in 2019, and within that collaborative, we have 5 working groups that are focused on the threats and conservation targets, and so they're actively working to implement the actions in the plan collaboratively within these groups. And we were able to target Environment and Climate Change Canada funding starting in 2018, 2019, primarily through the Canada Nature Fund to those actions. And of course, partners also leveraged their funds to be able to match that to implement these actions. And this is just an example of one of the groups. So we have a working group for the open country conservation target where they're really focused on that threat of fire suppression to the tallgrass communities. You can see all the organizations or members on the left there. And really their focus is on restoring and improving tallgrass habitat in the area. And they have a variety of other actions that they're doing, like trying to implement more standardized monitoring and pre-post monitoring of restoration projects, and maintaining a tallgrass habitat database that helps to map out where all the restored and existing tallgrass habitat is on the landscape to help with management and long-term restoration of that ecosystem. This is just a quick implementation summary. It includes results from 2018, 2019, and 2019-2020, so it doesn't include this past fiscal year. But this is a summary of all the great work that our partners have done to implement actions in the area. So you can see over about 78 hectares secured, about 60 protected, over 800 restored and improved hectares of habitat, and 3.8 kilometers of shoreline restored and improved. And then there's also been a number of non-restoration or habitat-based tools and things developed, like databases and education pieces like newspaper inserts, with the multi-year investment there on the bottom, which you can see there has been quite a significant investment from the federal government as well as partners on the ground. So what are some of the challenges that we've faced implementing this type of initiative? So the reality is that there's many threats and things that we care about protecting. So how do we focus our efforts on things that will have the greatest impacts for species and ecosystems. The driver for this work is conserving and recovering species at risk, but we recognize we can't focus on one SAR species at a time, but that taking that ecosystem approach and focusing on key threats impacting many of the SAR in this area, that we can achieve a greater impact for species. So that's something that we've really kind of struggled with and have moved forward on. Another challenge that continues on that same topic is how do we quantify those outcomes for species at risk, especially when we're taking that ecosystem-based focus, and ensure that we are tracking and measuring the right things for looking at recovery. And the other thing that was kind of a challenge at first in doing this sort of process was the reality that you have to be comfortable with getting to action before planning is complete, and recognizing that planning is always an iterative process and it's a continuous thing. So how do we move forward with getting that work done on the ground, getting restoration done while constantly planning and trying to refocus priorities? And this actually worked really well for us in Long Point Walsingham Forest, because there are so many active conservation organizations in the area that had existing plans, existing initiatives that we really could ramp up and achieve further outcomes with. Next steps. So our focus over the next year is to continue with implementing our conservation action plan. It's also going to be a really important year for reporting for us on what we've achieved to date. So we're working on a detailed progress report for that. And as per the conservation standards adaptive management process, we'll also really be reflecting on what's worked well, what things may need to be improved, where we could have existing gaps, and where we may want to roll this initiative out next to future priority places. And I hope that was quick enough. So thank you everybody for listening today. There's my contact information is there, and the website for the priority place.
That was awesome. Thanks, Brittany. All right, next we're going to hear from Kim. Take it away.
Good morning, everyone. It's always a pleasure to be able to speak about the critical work of conservation authorities in Ontario. I guess one could say that conservation authorities could be called the founders of strategic restoration in Ontario. And Colin, there we go. I found my little arrow here. So in the years between the First and Second World Wars, the environment was not top of mind. Changes in forest cover created alarming destabilization of soils and significant erosion. The conditions were so bad that in 1941, a number of conservation organizations, I've got this going ahead on its own. A number of conservation organizations came together in what is now known as a Guelph Conference to determine a course of action. This resulted in the Ganaraska Survey and Report in 1942 that became the Watershed Framework. Oh, Colin, I don't know if you can fix my slides, but they're forwarding on their own. I'll keep going back if I can. So this resulted in the Ganaraska Report, which is basically the framework for conservation authorities in Ontario. And this report was the first of many reports. They were also known as conservation reports, and they were completed in Ontario by what was then called the Ontario Department of Planning and Development, who inventoried the physiographic, the biological, and the cultural resources of the watershed. And then they developed recommendations from those studies. So the Ganaraska Report recommended the planting of 20,000 acres of forest, as well as other watershed initiatives, and thus began the efforts to restore the landscape. So as a result of the Guelph Conference and the Ganaraska Report, local people through their municipalities requested the formation of conservation authorities, and the first conservation authority was created in 1946, and we now have 36 of them. And their role is to organize and deliver programs and services that further the conservation, restoration, development, and management of our natural resources within a watershed jurisdiction. So as you can see, restoration at watershed scale has always been a fundamental framework for the conservation authorities. So conservation authorities undertake watershed planning using this integrated watershed management approach, and they identify both existing and future watershed conditions with land use and climate change in mind, and then develop management plans and improvements for implementation by the conservation authorities and other partners. These watershed plans lead to a number of other really critical, important planning documents that help guide the conservation authorities with their actions. These range from anything from conservation area plans to acquisition strategies and natural heritage plans, just to name a few of them. So as the second largest landowner in Ontario next to the province, conservation authorities are a unique creation among the many agents and organizations that work to conserve biodiversity and protect natural areas. Our combined land holdings are just over 150,000 hectares and located or encompass ecosystems or parts of ecosystems in one of the country's most ecologically diverse and significantly modified landscapes. While the core purpose of the land securement by the conservation authorities is predominantly for conservation purposes, many adopt land securement plans or strategies that embrace broader economic and societal benefits. For example, many floodplains were acquired following Hurricane Hazel to protect people and properties from their flooding. But these have since become conservation areas that provide multiple co-benefits, such as recreational opportunities and carbon sequestration. Now more than ever, we've seen with the pandemic just how critical these conservation areas are and how valuable they are to Ontarians. So the tools by which the conservation authorities use to secure land are also diverse, and they range from the actual land securement plans to policies, watershed plans, sub-watershed plans, easements, and I could go on and on. So while conservation authorities use their land securement strategies to secure and ensure the long-term protection of properties, they also use restoration strategies to enhance habitats. Conservation Halton, for example, has a watershed restoration program to carry out projects to restore and maintain natural features such as wetlands and stream channels. And these projects are often done in collaboration with community partners, private landowners, and they result in multiple benefits, including, in some cases, protection of drinking water. An example of that is the restoration at Courtcliff Community Park in the city of Hamilton. And this property was located in a highly vulnerable aquifer as delineated under the Clean Water Act. And it was identified that if these aquifers were impacted either through the release of contaminants on the ground surface, that potentially could have an impacting on drinking water sources. So this particular project included partners like Niagara College, Scouts Canada, and Trout Unlimited. And what they did is they installed sediment mats in sections of Bronte Creek, which eventually flows into Lake Ontario, into an intake protection zone, which is where the drinking water comes from. So again, looking at multiple benefits. One of the successes of Conservation Authority restoration programs is that they work with many different partners, and these range from government at all levels to provincial and local stakeholders. The Maitland Valley Conservation Authority, for example, has partnered with the Stratford Perth Community Foundation and an individual donor to help finance restoration work on the Maitland River. Conservation authorities use their monitoring programs and the data collected to track and report on the health of a particular space or species. Selecting indicators and monitoring the health of the watershed is key to assessing the impacts of land use changes, climate change, and other factors. They use that information to help them inform adaptation and mitigation measures. In 2012, conservation authorities completed the development of Conservation Authority report cards to assist the CAs in developing a set of standardized watershed report cards. They use 3 indicators, those being water quality, forest conditions, and groundwater quality. And these cards are issued every 5 years. And in fact, we're just working upwards into producing the next set of watershed report cards. So it helps to inform, again, those watershed management programs to make improvements, or at the very least, to make sure things don't get any worse. So notwithstanding the fundamental watershed management framework and the land securement framework and the restoration frameworks, a lot has changed since 70 years ago. It's not just about shrubs and trees, with all due respect to shrubs and trees. New research, monitoring, and technologies combined with on-the-ground experience have enabled the conservation authorities to significantly make improvements. Where and what to restore is often obviously the most asked question. And an example I'd like to share with you is the Toronto Region Conservation Authority. They've developed an approach called the Integrated Restoration Prioritization Program. And it's a combination of various strategies, plans, and initiatives for both terrestrial and aquatic systems, and upon which the environmental data as well as threats to ecosystem health can be overlaid. So they have a scoring system of low, medium, and high, and then this is used to provide an overall priority for the restoration efforts. So the data includes things like natural cover, so for example, areas in need of riparian, wetland, or forest cover. They look at hydrology, is it contributing to flood attenuation or erosion mitigation? And lastly, they look at aquatic and natural heritage categories. So is there areas for facilitating fish movement, areas to increasing natural cover adjacent to existing cover, so things of that nature. Also in 2017, the Central Lake Ontario Conservation Authority created an integrated watershed monitoring program. And again, they annually monitor the health of the ecosystem around wetlands, forest, and streams. And then they look at where the restoration efforts needs to be highlighted. And they ask the question, what are the stackable benefits? So while they might be undertaking a restoration project whose priority is biodiversity benefits, it might also end up that that project also has a flood attenuation value as well. So challenges and solutions. It should come as no surprise that one of the biggest barriers to conservation authorities in implementing these land securement and restoration initiatives, as it is with many other groups, is funding. And whether that funding comes from foundations, private donors, or governments, it's not equitable across the board. And we do end up with varying capacity in our ability to deliver on these programs. But as conservation authorities start to develop more ecological sound approaches to restoration, inevitably costs will increase. And as land prices increase, so will the cost of acquisition programs. So, the funding doesn't even stop at the restoration and land securement efforts. I talked a lot about monitoring, but dollars also need to be set aside for monitoring. Part of our role is monitoring the health of our watershed, and we use this information to identify critical issues within our watershed. And again, it's not only about the wildlife health or the health of our biodiversity, but what other impacts it might have from either a societal, economic basis as well too. So it's easy to do a ribbon cutting ceremony for a newly acquired property or a newly restored land parcel, but not so much for monitoring. So unfortunately, long-term sustainable funding, as we've all experienced in our own organizations, is definitely a concern. As we all know, dollars are sometimes associated with special funding announcements or are dedicated to certain landscapes or given out only at time of crisis. And what that means is sometimes the organization is not able to secure matching funding, or they may even have challenges even in terms of finding capacity to pull together the information to put these submissions forward. So one of the other things I think that's really critical, I talked about ensuring that we maintain our expansive partnerships, working either at the local, regional, or provincial level, be it government, non-government, community, private, again, could go on, and being able to leverage the expertise and being able to capitalize on multiple funding pots as well too. I think it's really critical that we maintain those partnerships. So in closing, I'd be remiss in representing the Conservation Authority community if not to state that the watershed management framework has been and continues to be an effective framework in helping us to take proactive, preventative, and restorative actions that benefit ecological, societal, and economic sectors. We're not just flood management agencies. We were created as broad-based watershed management agencies, and we continue to play that critical role today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kim, for that very thorough, clear, and important review of the work of conservation authorities. Next, we're going to hear from Liz. Take it away, Liz.
Hi, everybody. I'm going to be talking about policies to spur restoration in what regional and municipal governments can do in terms of restoring biodiversity. So I think one of the first and most important things is to embed really strong natural heritage systems into our official plans. So all regional governments and all municipal governments have to make official plans. They have to be updated every 5 years. And it is now a requirement that all of them develop natural heritage systems. Unfortunately, what the province requires in terms of natural heritage systems is a pretty low bar and not enough to actually preserve a functioning ecology within our municipalities. So citizens getting involved and pushing for really good natural heritage systems that protect the most environmentally sensitive areas, buffer them from whatever development is coming, and then link them together so that they're part of a system is really, really important. I was the president of a group in Oakville in 2003 that pushed for a natural heritage system in Oakville. It was the first natural heritage system in the province. It was sort of an 8-year battle to get it in place. So I'm really glad that now it's become part of the provincial planning regime. And this is a map of the natural heritage system in North Oakville, which covers about 25% of the land. Everything there in dark green is part of the natural heritage system. Once the natural heritage system was established, 29 developers challenged it at the Ontario Municipal Board, and the Ontario Municipal Board found in favor of the town, and it said that it was a superior and forward-looking method of protecting this province's natural heritage. It is really, really important to get good natural heritage systems in place in our municipalities. Right now in Niagara, they're about to put the first natural heritage system in place as part of our new official plan. However, the options that they've presented are the one that they're favoring at the moment is not actually a system because it lacks connections, especially in the urban areas. And failure really isn't an option in terms of trying to get good natural heritage systems, especially here in Southern Ontario, because the development pressure is so severe that if we don't save what we have now, there'll be no chance of saving it. So it is really, really important that we get good, strong natural heritage systems in our municipalities. In our municipalities, the best way to protect our natural systems and to spur restoration is good urban planning. And that means things like hard urban boundaries. So not this continual expansion into what's left of our natural areas and our agricultural areas. We need to build complete communities. We have to have multimodal transit systems. We have to redevelop our urban and commercial sprawl areas, and there's a lot of commercial sprawl along our major transit corridors that we could redevelop into mixed-use, high-density areas. We need incentives for brownfield real development, and we need inclusionary zoning so that we can increase the density in our already existing areas. And that means, you know, I'm supposed to be talking about restoration, but unless we use all the tools that we have for really good urban planning, we're never going to be able to work on restoration. And that means also protecting the areas that continue to exist within our urban boundaries, our natural areas, and link them and buffer them, but also, you know, prevent new greenfield areas from being plowed under. As part of our new official plan, they're also developing a climate adaptation plan. And as part of that, they're considering a big greening initiative. Now, they haven't really talked about how they're going to do this greening initiative, but there is a lot of opportunity there, I think. And I think most municipalities are now developing some kind of climate adaptation plan. So I think there's a big opportunity there for citizens to push for restoration plans as part of that climate change adaptation plan. We are, you know, we know all the benefits of preserving natural areas and restoring natural areas. But, you know, in my area, unfortunately, while the region is talking the good talk about protecting areas and restoring areas and all of this, they're also at the same time planning to run a road through a provincially significant wetland. And they're also planning to run a road through the largest remnant of Carolinian forest between the escarpment and the lake. And so I think, another challenge for citizens is trying to get governments to understand that they're continuing to build in silos, they continue to plan in silos. And so, the road building transportation sector is not paying attention to what other parts of the government are talking about when they're talking about the importance of protecting and restoring nature, or doing climate adaptation plans, or, good urban planning. And so citizen involvement, I think, is key to, and advocacy with local governments is key. The other thing that is a big problem, as was just mentioned by the previous speaker, is funding for any of these initiatives. And we see so many good plans go to waste because there's no funding for them. So if municipal governments and regional governments are talking about greening initiatives and they're not budgeting for it, then everything falls apart. And I also think that, we too often depend on citizens to lead these initiatives and to volunteer their time to do plantings, to organize plantings and all of this, when green infrastructure is as important as gray infrastructure, and it needs to be funded that way. And people need to be paid to do this work. And so we shouldn't be relying on the goodness of volunteers to get restoration work done. Although certainly there's room for community plantings and all that kind of thing, but we need to get serious about green infrastructure, and that means it needs to be budgeted for, and it needs to be done by paid employees. One of the things that helps promote restoration is embedding environmental commitments into secondary plans. So in Oakville, for example, the secondary plans for North Oakville, which was 7,600 acres of land, that's where the natural heritage system was incorporated. In the secondary plan, it said, establishing as a first priority of the town a natural heritage open space system to protect, preserve, and where appropriate, enhance the natural environment. And that was the key thing when the developers challenges at the OMB. That was the key thing that saved the natural heritage system. The OMB officer said that the town had made it clear that the natural heritage system would be a first priority of the town. So if we want to protect, restore, enhance environment, we need to have the right wording in the official plan documents and in the secondary plan documents. The town of Oakville has developed a lot of really great policies that ensure restoration. So they have a canopy target, and they've broken it down by zones. So different zones, residential or employment, have different canopy targets. Overall, they're trying to reach 40% canopy coverage by 2057. They have town policies that specifically say that they want to maintain existing healthy trees where possible, provide suitable growing environments. They talk about the tree canopy coverage. They talk about planting native species, which is really important when you're talking about restoration. They also say they want to get to 40%, which is a clear goal. Setting clear goals for restoration, I think, is important. Okay, somehow here I've lost the controls to advance the slides, so I'm just wondering if that could be advanced. Hello?
Hi, Colin. We have a bit of a tech issue here.
Yeah, it's not advancing the slides anymore. The controls have just disappeared.
Sorry, Liz. If you want to continue on, maybe we can maybe catch up with the slides. We'll see if Colin can help out.
Okay. It's also really important to have site design and development standards that promote the policies of the town. So for instance, in Oakville, again, they have very strict tree planting and tree protection requirements that are embedded in their municipal policies, especially including specifying quantity and quality of soil for tree planting. They also require a certain amount of topsoil be returned to development sites, which also helps in terms of allowing trees to grow. Other policies that can be used to benefit restoration within municipalities include getting municipalities to agree to naturalize at least 25% of our parkland. Way too much of our municipal parkland is mowed lawn. We also need to have policies that require the planting of only native plants on town property. And we need to look at requiring developers to plant only native plants in new development. And creating regional or municipal biodiversity plans like Toronto has done is also, I think, very important. And then finally, we have to remember that most land in a municipality is owned by private landowners. And so municipalities should be doing everything they can to restore nature on private land through educating and incentivizing private landowners to restore the landscape. And they should begin public education campaigns that highlight the benefit of landscaping and gardening with native plants, because the only way to preserve the area's biodiversity and ecological systems over time is by bringing nature home, as entomologist Douglas Talame says. And that's it. I don't know what happened to the slides, but the last slide was just telling you about how you can get in touch with me, and I'm sure the organizers will make that available to people.
I'm told we're almost back up. We may have to go for a 1-minute break, but we will share your last slide before we continue on. Sorry, Adam, sorry, Liz. We're just gonna work out this little tech issue, and I'm told we are back very soon.
Sorry, Stefan, it's Colin here. I'm almost there. If you guys want to hold tight for 1 minute, I should be back in order. And Liz, I'll get your slide up. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Thank you, Liz. I know what it's like to be in middle of a presentation and have the technology fail. So congrats on your bravery. And there you go, we're back up. Thanks, everyone.
Well, you're showing that slide. One thing I should say about natural heritage systems and the reason that they're so important in terms of restoration is because not only do they protect what's there, but they highlight areas for enhancement. And so I did have a slide there that showed a couple of feature areas that were protected as part of the natural heritage system, but it also outlined an area where restoration work could take place that would enhance the whole system. And so it's not just about protecting what's there, it's also about, natural heritage systems are also about doing the enhancement.
So glad we could get that back up, smooth things out a little bit. So let's continue on. Thanks so much, Liz, for speaking particularly about issues that are in my region that I'm kind of concerned about. So next, we're going to move over to Adam. Take it away, Adam.
Thanks, Stefan. So hi there, my name is Adam, and I'm going to be talking today about the Bruce Trail Conservancy, the organization that I work for, and just give a little bit of an overview of how restoration works into our model and sort of some of the things that we're trying to do to increase the effectiveness of our restoration work. So first, I'm going to give you a bit of a history on the Niagara Escarpment. Before I do that, I'm going to make sure that I mention our mission so that our communications team will be happy with me. So our mission is to preserving a ribbon wilderness for everyone forever. Essentially what we do is we help curate the Bruce Trail with the help of a lot of volunteers, and we acquire land in order to protect a conservation corridor that contains a public footpath. So why the Niagara Escarpment? Just a brief history of the Niagara Escarpment going back 450 million years. There was an inland sea in North America that deposited a huge amount of sediment, and the layers of sediment create the different layers of the Niagara Escarpment. So the Niagara Escarpment that we know it today, as we know it today, is sort of like a cliff that goes essentially in southern Ontario from Niagara to Tobermory. In 1962, Dufferin Aggregates created what we call the Gap, which is it's a huge hole in the Niagara Escarpment in and around the Milton area, and this kind of sent shockwaves through the conservation community. In 1963, a couple members of the Hamilton Naturalists Club, they decided that they needed to do something to raise awareness for people using the Niagara Escarpment, and in order to help protect it so that something like the Gap in the Dufferin area, the Dufferin Aggregates Gap, doesn't happen ever again. So these founders in 1963 decided, why don't we put a hiking trail through it? In 1967, that was realized, and there was a continuous hiking trail going from Niagara Falls to Tobermory, and the Bruce Trail Association was formed. In 1990, the Niagara Escarpment was designated a UNESCO World Biosphere Reserve, sort of further giving it a little bit more credibility as a really major feature, natural feature in Southern Ontario. Continuing on, the Niagara Escarpment, it supports over 1,500 species of plants, including 50 ferns, 40 orchids, 53 types of mammals, 36 species of reptiles and amphibians, and over 300 species of birds. On top of that, there's also very important habitat. There's Great Lakes coastlines, cliff edges, talus slopes, wetlands, woodlands, alvars, etc. So it really is a fantastic ecological natural feature here in Southern Ontario. So what we do at the Bruce Trail Conservancy, as I said, is we try to acquire land along this corridor, the projected corridor for the Bruce Trail. On the right, you'll see the red line, which is the Bruce Trail. And it's helpful to know that we do not own a good portion of it. Right now, we consider 68% of it secure, which means that that's on land that we own or is owned by the province or the federal government. The remainder of that land either goes on private land through a handshake agreement or on roads, which we're trying our best to sort of acquire land to get the trail off of it. Right now, the Bruce Trail, we manage just over 12,000 acres of land along the Niagara Escarpment. And the challenge for us with restoration is really trying to do something meaningful with this patchwork of relatively small parcels of land that are in a linear feature. So to give you a bit of an example, these are kind of zoomed out images here, but these are 3 areas where we have a significant amount of land, but it's not necessarily connected. On the left, there's a picture of our Dyers Bay holdings. So all of the sort of beige shaded parcels are parcels that we own. Our mission, again, is to try and bring these all together so that there's a continuous protected corridor of land. And when we acquire these properties, myself and our other ecologists, we go out and do a biophysical inventory, do a full ELC mapping of the property, and also try to find all of the SARs, invasive species, interesting communities, and what we can do to increase the sort of biodiversity on our properties. Well, it looks like I've got some animation in here. It's very exciting. When we find invasive species, we try to map them as best we can and put them on sort of like a hot-cold grid, showing the hot spots, and we juxtapose that over top of our SAR database so we know exactly where to concentrate. Root brush stations, we've been trying to work to get some of those up, which is a way that we can actually affect biodiversity and sort of restoration in a linear feature like the Bruce Trail by preventing people from tracking invasive species seeds along the Bruce Trail, which is definitely a vector for the transmission of invasive seeds. One thing I should mention is that our work is only possible through the help of volunteers. There's 3 staff members we have now that do ecological restoration. The rest of the job is sort of done through the help of our local volunteers. In the stewardship program that I work with, we have about 200 people doing this. So we do tree plantings, wildflower plantings. We've done a grassland restoration here in Burlington, which is still sort of underway and it's just taking shape. Bird boxes, bee boxes. So we're trying to do all of the best we can to increase biodiversity and restore habitat on these properties. Planted about 11,000 trees and shrubs between 2010 and 2018. And we also have corporate volunteer events, which are fantastic because we get free labor from very enthusiastic people on our properties. And we do a lot of tree plantings. And what we really landed on that these people like is removing buckthorn with extractigators, which are big weed wrenches. And it really kind of brings people together for some reason and gives them something meaningful to do. And this is all to say that we've realized the limitations of us doing restoration work only on the properties that we own. To the right, you'll see a picture. Again, those darker shaded properties are the ones that are owned or managed by the Bruce Trail Conservancy. In the middle, the yellow shaded properties are those that has trail on their land. So what we've just initiated a year ago is a program to reach out to the landowners in between our managed land in order to try and bring them into our conservation work and potentially lead to an acquisition, a conservation acquisition down the road. And so far, we visited about 15 people along the Bruce Trail with the help of our local volunteers, trying to coordinate landowners and people that might have an interest. And the intention here, again, is to sort of increase our area of influence and try to help protect the entire corridor of the Niagara Escarpment as opposed to just little snippets of it. And what this all comes down to is the thing that I think is probably the most important part of our restoration work, and that's partnerships, because we literally can't do this by ourselves. So partnering with these landowners and showing them that conservation is something that is necessary and that it's also a tangible thing, because you know, like once you learn the basics of ecological restoration, that's something you can implement yourself. So partnerships is something that we're really working towards. A great example of a good partnership is the fact that we sit on the Coots to Escarpment Committee in the Hamilton-Burlington area. And that has a number of different agencies, conservation agencies in the area. And we're all working together to sort of look at the Coots to Escarpment region as a whole and how we can support each other with our restoration work and conservation work. And it really seems to be a good model that I think is something that we're going to be looking to work with in the future. And that is the end of my presentation. Thank you so much.
Great. Thanks, Adam, for that. Lots to talk about. Good to hear about all the great work the Bruce Trail Conservancy is up to and all the partners that you're working with. So we're going to dive into a bit of a discussion. If all of the panelists want to share their camera, say hi again. We're gonna sit around in a virtual circle and chat about the work that we do. And I want to remind attendees, I believe you have the option of posting a question in the Q&A, and I will get to some of those questions as best I can. But I want to touch on a few themes that all four of our panelists mentioned today, and those are themes of connectivity and themes of community, I suppose. So starting with connectivity, if anyone wants to speak a little bit more to the value of small fragments of ecosystems, of nature, of green space, and what are the values of conserving those on the landscape, and also connecting. You each touched on that, but I was wondering if you'd like to riff on it a little bit more and tell us more about how your organization approaches these little tiny fragments of nature and what we can do to protect them. So take it away, panel.
I'm happy to sort of jump in here first. I think the one thing that's important for us is a long-term vision. We understand that acquiring like a small 50-acre parcel may not necessarily make a huge difference, but if we were looking for, in the long run, to acquire much more land surrounding that, then it'll add to like the overall conservation value of the land, and that is definitely realized. We've acquired land that 20 years later, we, you know, like a 5-acre parcel becomes a 50-acre parcel. 20 years down the road because we just were patient and waited for the right time to acquire the land.
Stefan, it's Kim. I agree with Adam. A number of the land securement strategies that the conservation authorities have, we don't have large parcels of land in southern Ontario. And so if you need to connect some of those larger parcels of land, it might just be that little piece in between. And as those little pieces start to aggregate, then you start to see the impacts. And it's unfortunate. It's the landscape that we're working in, and it's why it's so critical. But it's also very costly as well too, both for acquisition and sometimes even stewardship activities. I think Adam talked about being able to work with private landowners. You've got to get that commitment from the landowner to be able to do that work, that restoration work in some of those really critical pieces.
In the in the local sort of municipal arena, one of the things that we've been trying to talk to the region about is the importance of having even small connectors between these very fragmented little bits of nature that are left in our urban areas. And, you know, they say, well, you can't really connect things. There's development and what our argument to them is, cities are dynamic and they change over time. So if they could identify potential linkages and map those potential linkages at some future date. Right now, there may be, for instance, a parking lot between a little fragment of woodland and a water course. But at some future date, when that land is redeveloped, there is an opportunity then to implement the connection. And so we have to look at our cities in that way. They're dynamic places that are changing all the time. And although an opportunity may not exist now, it may exist in the future. But if we don't map those potential linkages and buffers now, they will never exist. So I have argued for the value of even very small linkages within cities that could be no more than a sidewalk with a little bit of greenery on either side, because it's still a corridor that things like pollinators can follow. It's still something that's used by small mammals and birds to get from one place to another. It's still a path that's used by much bigger creatures at night when no humans are around. So even small linkages, and especially in urban areas, are vitally important.
Definitely, and I agree with what everyone said here. And I think something to consider too is the idea that every little bit helps, and what one neighbor or landowner may do may encourage another neighbor or friend to do in the future. So I think you never know what that could snowball into on a landscape, with one owner choosing to potentially donate a small parcel to something like the ecological gifts program, and what that could encourage or teach their friends and community to do in the future, potentially with their lands. So there is opportunity there.
I should also mention that in terms of natural heritage systems in urban areas, you don't have to acquire the land, you just have to zone it. So if the land, for instance, right now is agricultural and a developer wants to turn the land into residential, he has to apply for a rezoning. That is the opportunity for the municipality to also say, oh, we had noted that this was a potential linkage here, and if you're going to rezone, if you want rezoning, we also have an opportunity to rezone it. We can rezone it as natural heritage system. None of that land in Oakville was purchased by the city. It was all simply zoned.
Thank you, everybody. There's lots of questions. I have a couple coming in from the audience, but I have a few more yet. I see how these little fragments, I think, Adam, you described it as a ribbon of nature in your case, but they're all interacting, they're overlapping, and really it's woven together to be much more than that on the landscape when we provide the opportunity. I wonder if you could also speak to the value of these small fragments and linkages as source populations and sources for further restoration, in terms of there being kind of a central hub from which restoration can expand outward from. I think sometimes we assume that restoration can be just purchased at a store, but it originates in nature. So just wondering to what effect that value of these fragments is incorporated into your work.
Yeah, I can definitely say that even though we have a lot of smaller parcels, some of them contain like really high level SARs that are incredibly important, you know, as a seed source, a local seed source, and also just to protect them because they're rare. So yeah, there's definitely a value in smaller fragments, but again, the big limitation with a smaller fragment is that you're really not getting that interior forest habitat that's so necessary. But as everyone's been saying, in Southern Ontario, it's so difficult to find large parcels to acquire. So yeah, every little bit helps, I think, is the right answer.
Now, some of you touched on this a bit, but could you expand more on the community groups and other special interest groups you work with in order to do some of that, either biodiversity surveying or restoration work, or to what extent do you kind of allow people to help you with the restoration that you do? You know, folks from the community.
Stefan, maybe I can start with that. Partners are critical in a number of the conservation restoration efforts undertaken by the conservation authorities. As I mentioned, whether or not it's a partnered relationship with a provincial group like Ducks Unlimited, or whether or not it's a local Rotary Club who has decided to come in and contribute their time. You know, Liz made mention of we really rely on these volunteers to do this work. It would be nice if we had additional funding for the fundamental foundational work that needs to be done with this, but a lot of this would just not be possible without those partnerships. And the partnerships again can either be spearheaded from a local interest group, or it's helping that other partner to achieve some of their priority targets, whether or not it's forest cover or wetland numbers. But fundamental for the work that we do in our local watersheds conservation authorities.
Sure, and specifically, and I think one of my last questions, do any of you work with groups around seed collection of plants that are on your land? Our next session will be devoted to seed collection, and some folks would be curious to see what are the opportunities out there for some community-based seed-driven restoration. Anyone want to, Brittany, maybe you could speak about the priority place, or?
So I know that that has been something that all the partners have been thinking about within their priority place restoration projects. Again, we're kind of just like a facilitator to bring everyone together with this process and provide funding. So we're not doing direct restoration on the ground, except for we are doing some habitat improvement on the NWA at Big Creek for Phragmites. But I know that's something we're really interested when we're working with partners to provide input on their project plans, is where is that native seed source coming from? And it's something we definitely talk to partners about, but we're not the ones doing that collecting or actual restoration.
So when I was president of Oakville Green, we did something called the Full Circle Tree Initiative. And we actually had people who took the course and got registered as certified tree collectors, tree seed collectors. And we did some tree seed collection. Then we had tree foster parents, who were a bunch of people in the community who we planted out the seeds, and then they took care of the saplings for a couple of years, and then we planted them as part of our community planting. So I also didn't want to make it sound like I don't value that volunteers. When I was president of Oakville Green, we had a tree planting program where we planted 17,000 native trees and shrubs on public land in Oakville. And we had just about every community group that you can imagine coming out to help with those tree plantings. But I do acknowledge how much work that was to organize year after year after year, and the organization of it was all volunteer, and it's a lot to put on volunteers. So we did have a tree seed collection program, and one of our most famous ones, and it happened by accident, was there's a white oak tree in Oakville that was spared being taken down for a road in front of the regional center. It was a 250-year-old white oak, and we were doing a urban forest walk with a bunch of students, and it just happened to be producing viable seed. So we collected about 1,000 seeds. We sent a bunch of them off to a native tree nursery where they grew them for a couple of years, and then we gave some to Conservation Halton. We gave some to municipalities around the province, and then we planted a bunch of them, and we sold a few of them too as a fundraiser. So that was our one of our big seed collection projects.
Very cool, very cool. It's becoming clear how much you said restoration particularly relies on the goodness of volunteers, and it perhaps ought to be funded. It in fact should really be funded more, but we couldn't get a lot of this work done without community groups and without everyone being engaged. To that, I was wondering if you could speak to how your organization partners with local Indigenous communities for the restoration or conservation work that you do.
I can speak for the Bruce Trail here. We go through the territory of the San, Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, and up on the Bruce Peninsula there we have a few programs where we're working with local Indigenous youth groups to do like bird box installation and do a little bit of like birding, so conservation work to try and like conservation education type work, and it seems to be going really well.
Yeah, Steph and I can't provide specifics, but a number of our conservation authorities work with their local First Nations and Indigenous groups on various restoration initiatives, and the partnerships are welcomed.
Okay, I think we'll take, unless Liz, did you want to add anything? We do have some questions coming from the audience, so I did want to get to those. This one is to Brittany, but I think anybody could address it. It's questions about how we balance conservation and restoration for species at risk or single limited groups of species with conserving and restoring for ecosystem services, biodiversity broadly, culturally important species that have not been identified as at risk. So how do we balance those approaches?
Definitely. And I don't think it's one or the other. Like for us, it's really been reframing how we think about it instead of, again, like you're saying, focusing on one species and what restoration projects or actions may recover one species. We've really tried to switch our thinking to that ecosystem-based approach, and focusing on, for example, we want to restore tall grass, prairie, and oak savanna in an area, and thinking about there are multiple species that will benefit them. There's multiple ecosystem services, greenhouse gas reduction benefits, co-benefits that will benefit. So it's really reframing in the way that we think about it and making sure that when we're implementing those actions that it's not just focused in on one thing. So trying to see how we can really take advantage of multiple co-benefits along the way. But then, of course, for us, it's always thinking how we make those linkages back to SAR and how SAR will be recovered. So that's always tricky too.
Okay. Yeah, I see that. Does anybody else? I mean, I can ramble a little bit, but if anybody wants to jump in. Yeah, I see, restoration itself benefits species that are not necessarily rare, right? You plant trees, you plant grassland seed mixes, et cetera, and all of those species are benefiting. Plants need conservation too. So I think the process alone, just of going through the restoration, is reintroducing so many species, so much biodiversity back to the landscape. And then, as you said, also benefiting SAR. Does anybody else have thoughts about that they want to share? Okay, we have a couple other questions. How do you know or encourage municipalities to create heritage systems or better roadside management that supports biodiversity and controls invasives. Interesting. So this is a question about maybe ecologically integrated roadside vegetation management, perhaps for pollinators, perhaps for monarch butterflies specifically, perhaps for turtles and other critters that are crossing the road. So how do we better protect the biodiversity that's at our roadside? Panel? Was that Brittany? Liz? Go for it.
Sorry, Liz, it's Colin here. I think you're on mute still.
Sorry about that. There's a citizen scientist here in Niagara who's focused her work on that, she's done a lot of study trying to figure out when the optimum times are to mow the edges of the road so that you're out of, for instance, when the monarch butterfly larvae are on the plants. And it's not easy because municipalities have a certain way of doing things, and change is always hard. And so, and they also, I don't know if there's any actual scientists doing work on this. If there are, I don't know of them, but they tend to discount citizen scientists, despite the fact that she's been very thorough in her work. So it is very difficult to influence policy. It's great if you can find a counselor who will become a champion for some of the things that you're trying to do, and they can help you win over some support from the counselors. I find that staff tend to, just want to do what they've always done, and so it requires policy development by the counselors to change things.
Yeah, and Steph, my contribution here would be the importance of education and communication, education and communications, repeating it over and over and over again. I know even here, I'm in York region, and we've had issues with gypsy moth this year, and never in a million years would I see great big road signs saying, look at this website and learn what you can do in your community. So, it takes time to start convincing people to make the changes, to create the policies, but it just takes repeated messaging to decision makers.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
I agree. And as an example, in the Party Place, I mean, there's been a long history of road work done at Long Point with the World Biosphere Reserve on the Causeway, and many partners contributing to the work that was done there. But one of our working groups in the Party Place is focusing on roads with the Biosphere Reserve and with Ontario Road Ecology Group. And many of the strategies that we're trying to implement in our plan are getting road ecology policy into municipal plans, asset management plans, their climate change plans, their official plan, trying to work with the county to figure out how we do that. And it's not easy, right? And there's many conversations and things that people are doing to try to get the community engaged on that and really ask for it. So it's little steps, but there's a lot of really great work being done by the local organizations.
That's great. Thanks. Just a quick note from me anyway. I've worked with the Ministry of Transportation on roadside restoration to kind of improve some best practices around seeding of native plants and identifying good places to restore that need that kind of restoration. So I think there's certainly an appetite for it, and there's definitely funding for creating pollinator corridors. So I think kind of linking up that opportunity and on the ground is going to be a challenging next step. So we do only have 4 or 5 minutes left. So I wanted to wrap up. If anyone has recommendations, I want to encourage you to state them now. These will be included in the State of Ontario's Biodiversity Report at the end of this session today. So if anyone has recommendations moving forward, what really needs to be done to promote and enhance restoration across the landscape? I'd love to hear that.
My recommendation is that we look not only at mitigation, but adaptive responses as well too. It's continuously changing. We are getting new science daily. We're getting new data daily. It's important that it not be stagnant and that we look at adaptive measurements as changes come forward to us. The way we did things 40 years ago is not 40 years from now.
Right.
I think I would just quickly say that, we've all sort of mentioned that looking at restoration in the landscape approach is probably healthier than just looking at it as a site-based approach.
So thinking large scales, broad scales, to make those connections, and to Kim's point, having processes, policies, et cetera, that are dynamic and adaptive enough that they can incorporate new science as we learn about new science. And science does change as studies accumulate, and we need to incorporate that into the future. So Brittany or Liz?
Yeah, I'll just, I guess one thing that we found, or I find really helpful, is being really strategic with it. So again, there's limited funding, there's limited dollars for all of this work. Is how can we use, some of the adaptive management or planning tools that we have to really identify those high priority areas where we can focus those resources to get the greatest impacts for species and ecosystems.
Now, one of the things that I would like to see is there's so many of you out there who are experts and who are doing great work, but I don't think it's translating down to the municipal level. There aren't experts in most cases working in the municipalities. We have planners, we have road transportation folks. We don't have biologists and ecologists and, those kind of folks who are helping to implement policies at the municipal level. And it would be, I think, very, very helpful if experts could come together and produce some kind of a guide for municipalities about some of the most valuable things that they could do to preserve biodiversity and enhance biodiversity within the urban context. And if it was, a simple list of these are the kinds of things you could and should be doing, it might be very helpful to municipalities. I mean, there are citizens among us who know some things they should be doing, but we're just citizens. We don't have the initials behind our names. And so our voice is not as effective as it could be. If it came from experts, it would be very helpful.
Okay, that's awesome. Thank you, everyone, for participating in the first panel of the day. I think that went very well. I've made lots of notes. Thanks for your recommendations. We're going to take a 15-minute break now and come back for panel 2 starting at 12 o'clock. We have some fun videos from some of our friends and partners to enjoy during the break. So please do stick around and come back at 12 o'clock. Again, thanks to all of our panelists, and thanks to Colin and Rebecca in the background, keeping things together. All right, so with that, enjoy your break, and I will see you soon.
Hello, I'm Lorena McKennett. As a performer, writer, and traveling musician, I've been fortunate to see much of the world in its natural beauty and abundance. With the help of many others, I've also been working to make the 150-acre farm on which I live a location to support biodiversity through such practices as regenerative agriculture. In addition to the hundreds and thousands of trees we've planted over the past couple of decades, we continue to focus our learning on the themes of soil management, grasses, and rotational grazing. Although our learning has just begun, we've been delighted to see the bird and pollinator populations blossom in recent years. As a Canadian, I treasure our remarkable country and its biodiversity, from coast to coast to coast, from forests to rolling hillsides to tall, grassy plains. We know that sprawling populations and industrial expansion have threatened and destroyed too much of our natural world. We can fight back by planting native seeds and trees, by restoring landscapes and finding inspiration in what natural growth continues to give to all of us. I'd like to salute the Ontario Biodiversity Council and my friends at the Ontario Plant Restoration Alliance for their dedicated efforts to support and restore the growth of our natural landscapes. Best of luck to all of you who gather in the spirit of ecosystem restoration, and thank you for your inspiration and good work.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I hope you can hear me all right and that my headset is working. So thank you to Lorena McKennett for that message. Very unexpected, but we were really happy to hear from you. And before we begin our panel today, I'm going to sort of give a brief introduction to some of the themes and the topics that I hope we are able to discuss. So I think this should be in full screen mode. Colin, if you can help just play my slides. So I have been your host this morning. My name is Stefan Weber. I am the director of the Ontario Plant Restoration Alliance. And I am a member of the Ontario Biodiversity Council. The Ontario Plant Restoration Alliance is a small grassroots organization. We are a volunteer group that focuses on the collection of wild seed and scaling up native plant seeds in gardens. So we work with a variety of community groups. We do work with a few conservation authorities, and most recently, we have partnered with the Carolinian Canada Coalition. And just trying to get my slides to advance. There we go. So a lot of what we've heard this morning has been focused on Southern Ontario, and I do apologize for that. Part of the reason is I'm so familiar with all of the ecological restoration work in this region, but also because it is one of the most fragmented and highly sort of developed and urbanized regions. It's the most densely populated region in Canada. However, it's also the most biodiverse region of Canada, and so the needs of nature are frequently at odds with what development has proposed for the landscape. So here we are in the Carolinian zone, and today's session is going to be focused on seed conservation and seed-based solutions to restoration. And particularly, I've asked our speakers to think about the idea of a seed strategy, a collaborative, focused effort to collect what remains of the fragmented landscape in Southern Ontario and to scale it up in order to provide more biodiversity and higher quality habitats when we are trying to meet our restoration targets. And this is what a seed conservation effort looks like. It's very much like gardening. It's very much like agriculture, except the crop is wildflowers and their seeds, or wild grasses and their seeds. And these kinds of orchards can provide multiple benefits. It's an opportunity for increased genetic diversity and gene flow between fragmented and rare plant populations. It also reduces our impact on wild populations from future seed collection. And the reality is that there are tiny fragments of a wide diversity of plants all over southern Ontario. This is a map of a few of the populations I've collected from historically for restoration. And the other reality is that there's not enough being done to maintain these species on the landscape, but also to scale them up and to provide those habitats back on the landscape that we talk about when we talk about green infrastructure, when we talk about creating connections, corridors, pollinator habitat, that kind of stuff. So these are just some beautiful photos from the time that I spent at St. William's Nursery and Ecology Center. I'm now a graduate student and I'm working with Carolinian Canada, but my experience at St. William's taught me that seed-based conservation is really the foundation of so much habitat restoration that we're trying to do on the landscape. And in some cases, conservation nurseries are home to larger populations than exist in the wild, or are home to populations that are otherwise extirpated in the region where they were derived from. Anyhow, I won't stay on this topic too long because we have a host of experts to speak more about it, but I just want to show you what some really high quality seed-based restoration has done in southwestern Ontario. Brittany McLeod spoke about the Priority Place initiative this morning, and here is a kind of a photo that shows the type of work that's being done in Norfolk County as part of that Priority Place work. As part of my own work as a graduate student, I've studied how we use seed to restore what I'll call functioning landscapes, infrastructure corridors such as roadways and railways. How do we turn a landscape full of exotic plants into a landscape that resembles something that should be here and was here historically? So here are a few photos of the roadside restoration experiments that I've done in the past few years to show you what can be done when you focus on seed conservation and provide that capacity for large-scale seed-based restoration. And in the last few years, there have been a number of developments to support the native plant industry and the restoration-based economy in Ontario. Here are a few surveys. I want to note that recently the native plant growers of Ontario have formed an industry association, which is a major move. We've also conducted some of the first specific market research study looking at the demand for native plant seeds and herbaceous plants other than trees and tree seed. So we've been working with partners across the Carolinian zone for the last few years, and we realized that all kinds of folks are working with seed and already doing amazing things in terms of seed-based restoration. And recently we've been aligning around this idea of a seed strategy so that we can share expertise, share resources, and get the job done. We need to collect seeds, we need to grow them, and we need to create more habitats with them. And how do we do this? We engage people with horticulture. And we have a number of missions and objectives with the seed strategy, including conserving and enhancing local populations, protecting and creating more seed sources. I've talked a lot about that. We also want to integrate traditional knowledge into restoration best practices. We want to accelerate habitat creation, and all of this will hopefully support an Indigenous-led restoration economy and an Indigenous-led restoration seed restoration movement. We want to promote investment in biodiversity and the restoration economy. We want to create standards and source practicing. All kinds of people are excited to plant native plants, perhaps to support pollinators, but there are questions about where that plant material is coming from and if it's coming from high genetic quality that will be adaptable into the future. So with that, I'm going to, I'm going to hand things over. So obviously I have been thinking about this for a while, and I think that I'm not the greatest person to moderate a discussion on this topic because I am so biased and I am so embedded in this. And we're gonna do a video before Melissa's presentation because I'm going to hand over my moderator role for this session to two other experts who I've met in the past few months who are doing really incredible, inspiring work that brings a completely different perspective to this question of how do we conserve seeds, how do we grow more seeds, how do we connect people to growing seeds. And so I would like to introduce to you our moderators for the session, Denise Miller and Aaron Hayward. Denise Miller is from Six Nations of the Grand River Territory and part of the Cayuga Nation and Wolf Clan. Denise is currently attending Trent University as a returning student to complete a joint major in Indigenous Studies and Sustainable Agriculture and Food Systems. She's completed the Foundations of Indigenous Learning Diploma at Trent and the Organic Certification from IAP Career College. During COVID-19, the urgency of food security and mental health to support Indigenous communities seen globally has become one of Denise's focuses. She's also created a youth-oriented agriculture project called Revitalizing Our Sustenance, which we are going to hear about. She's made a video for us, which aims to create healthier outlets for youth while learning self-sustaining practices in agriculture, which is so fantastic. And she will be joined by her collaborator, her co-moderator here, Aaron Hayward. She works alongside Denise on their Indigenous youth project, Revitalizing Our Sustenance. And Aaron has been a participant and an advisor in other food system projects, including the Peterborough Community Flint Corn Project and the Food Matters Action Toolkit created by the Commission for Environmental Cooperation. Aaron is passionate about Indigenous sciences, Canyon Keha, the Mohawk language, hunting, fishing, and tending to Haudenosaunee seed and community relationships. So we're going to hear a little bit about the Revitalizing Our Sustenance program in a video that they provided. And then afterwards, Aaron and Denise are going to lead us through our presenters and our discussion for the next little while. Okay, Colin, you can take it away with the video.
Kanawaita ne gaso o tahioni ni wagisho da gaya kono ni wakwenzo da. My Ongohoe name is Kanawaita. My English name is Denise Miller. I'm from the Cayuga Nation Wolf Clan, and I'm the founder and project manager of Revitalizing Our Sustenance. Revitalizing Our Sustenance project was formed and created in summer 2020. It was the beginning months of COVID-19. My family and I started our own garden, and we realized that within our community of Six Nations there was a really huge food security issue. The more we got into the project, the more we became aware of that this is more of like a seed saving initiative, so we can regain back our Haudenosaunee seeds.
As Haudenosaunee people, like, we need to be doing this work, right? It's part of who we are. We need to be taking care of the seeds that our ancestors took care of for us, right?
It's like gardening. It's the same thing as speaking our language or practicing our culture, because this gardening is part of our culture too. And they say if we lose that, and then if we lose who we are, we'll lose everything.
I define revitalization as becoming aware of, I would say, our earliest beginnings. In our culture, the oldest profession for women has been gardening, has been nurturing life, has been giving life in every aspect of it. There's a lot of talks of acts of defiance for our people. And I think right now my biggest act of defiance is raising, I have 5 children. My daughter passed away, so 6 I've raised. With the 4 younger ones right now, like my biggest act of defiance right now is revitalizing all of what's been taken from our people, you know. Kill the Indian, save the man mentality. And my biggest act of defiance right now is actually revitalizing that Indian, revitalizing that Ongohoe.
I think that revitalizing is, it's just reinstalling the knowledge that's somewhere in our people, you know. It's like having to pull it back out because it's been pushed down, you know, it's been pushed down, but it's like, you know, like blood memory or cell memory, and it's there. We just have to like bring it back, and I think that that's part of the revitalization process.
Seeing our kids come up here, that hits the heart. I show them the hole, show them the plants, how to plant. Really lifting. It makes me feel proud that we're in a situation I can help the kids.
I apologize. We seem to be having some technical issues. I trust Colin and Rebecca are helping out with that. So sorry, Denise and Aaron. Hold on for just 1 minute while I confirm with Colin that we're getting back up.
Kanawaita ne gaso o tahioni ni wagisho da gaya kono ni wakwenzo da. My Ongohoe name is Kanawaita. My English name is Denise Miller. I'm from the Cayuga Nation Wolf Clan, and I'm the founder and project manager of Revitalizing Our Sustenance. Revitalizing Our Sustenance project was formed and created in summer 2020. It was the beginning months of COVID-19. My family and I started our own garden, and we realized that within our community of 6 nations there was a really huge food security issue. The more we got into the project, the more we became aware of that this is more of like a seed saving initiative, so we can regain back our Haudenosaunee seeds.
As Haudenosaunee people, like, we need to be doing this work, right? It's part of who we are. We need to be taking care of the seeds that our ancestors took care of for us, right?
It's like gardening. It's the same thing as speaking our language or practicing our culture, because this gardening is part of our culture too. And they say if we lose that, and then if we lose who we are, we'll lose everything.
I define revitalization as becoming aware of, I would say, our earliest beginnings. In our culture, the oldest profession for women has been gardening, has been nurturing life, has been giving life in every aspect of it. There's a lot of talks of acts of defiance for our people. And I think right now my biggest act of defiance is raising, I have 5 children. My daughter passed away, so 6 I've raised. With the 4 younger ones right now, like my biggest act of defiance right now is revitalizing all of what's been taken from our people, you know. Kill the Indian, save the man mentality. And my biggest act of defiance right now is actually revitalizing that Indian, revitalizing that Ongohoe.
I think that revitalizing is, it's just reinstalling the knowledge that's somewhere in our people, you know. It's like having to pull it back out because it's been pushed down, you know, it's been pushed down, but it's like, you know, like blood memory or cell memory, and it's there. We just have to like bring it back, and I think that that's part of the revitalization process.
Seeing our kids come up here, that hits the heart. I show them the hole, show them the plants, how to plant. Really lifting. It makes me feel proud that we're in a situation I can help the kids. This is what it's all about. This is what that's going to feed their families when they get older.
Their generation has been so disconnected through generational trauma, technology being so advanced for their generation. I think it's super important that they're brought back to literally how we can sustain ourselves and survive, because things have just gotten so out of hand with genetic modification even. Picking up things from the grocery store, not realizing that these things are coming in containers from oceans away.
And I think that's the reward when they go home with the stuff, with the vegetables and stuff, and show their mom and their dad, like, you know, like, I think they feel really proud, when they go home and say, hey.
Obviously, we have, you know, market foods, and market foods are available year-round, and they just don't have the same quality that when you're getting it fresh from the seasonal cycle, because you're getting all that energy from the sun and the moon and the water and the soil, and it's all coming together to build that flavor, to build those nutrients in that food. And it's so important to acknowledge it and to respect it and to have it at that time, right? So I think it feels really good to have things that you've been waiting for all year, you know, to come around again.
Like with any garden, I think the greatest payback comes with harvest. You know, seeing the fruits of your labor. And with the little guys, like with my little guys, they're out there every day. It's something to do. But then towards the end, when harvest comes, that's when they see the size of their squash or how big their corn is, you know, and they take so much self-pride in what they've worked at throughout the season.
It does really feel good. Like, it does feel like you're taking care of something, and you're almost like raising the kid, almost like raising a child. That's kind of how it feels like. It's raising it from a seedling to a plant and come up, and it bears whatever you're trying to grow, right?
The little kids are involved, you know, older people are involved, you know, coming tell stories and things like that. And it brings that sense of community back. You know, we get busy in our lives and got one foot in each canoe, like we're forgetting what we should be doing. So this was helpful, I think, to help to bring that back.
My name is Dominus. I am 14 years old, and I'm from Winnipeg, Manitoba. My favorite part is just working with nature, and I like how planting brings people together.
It's just a place, I think, where people come to just be with our
outdoors and working in the land and, you know, get peace, I guess.
You know, if I had any kind of a trouble, like feel like a little bit off, you know, like whether I was sad or angry, whatever it is, when I would be in the garden, it's like Mother Earth helps us, you know, because she'll take that off of us.
I think Denise is I think she's doing a good thing, you know, for the community. And just hopefully she keeps it up and get more people, more of these kids out here.
For me, the most important thing for this project is to help other youth and encourage other youth to take responsibility into doing this work, to pass along different learning styles and knowledge systems when learning about food security and seed saving. I hope to see more community engagement, more youth taking on the responsibility to learn about our food systems and why our seeds are important, and to start their own projects and their own community initiatives. Like, that's one of the future things that I hope to see, is that more young people take responsibility into making changes in our community.
Thanks to Denise and Aaron for that video, and you are up to introduce our speakers. Take it away.
Hi, I'm Denise. I can't share my webcam right now because on the reserve our internet's really bad, so I have to take off my video just so that I don't get booted off the internet and the summit. So yeah, my name's Denise. I'm here kind of with Aaron, facilitating and guiding the discussion for this panel. And Aaron will be introducing all of the biographies.
Yeah, so I think what we'll probably do is I'll introduce each person as we kind of go on. So the first person that we're going to introduce is Melissa. Let's see. So Melissa is certain she was a squirrel in a former life. She is currently working with the National Tree Seed Center after 15 plus years living the seasonal rush in reality to meet seed demand for the production of native trees, shrubs, and herbaceous plants. She's experienced large-scale commercial nursery propagation and management, species at-risk recovery programs, seed testing, certification, and international networking with Millennium Seed Bank, the U.S. Forest Service, and the U.S. National Seed Strategy Cooperators. Her experiences have implored her to research and re-promote genetically diverse seed production as a nature-based solution for our future. The new National Seed Supply Assessment Surveys will be available this summer, so she wants you guys to email her if you want to hear about them at melissa.spearing@canada.ca. Maybe someone from the other end can put that into the chat for all of the participants. So I'll pass it over to you, Melissa.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me? Yep. Okay. I'm actually just getting over crying from that video, so you'll have to apologize. I have a very strong connection to food. Sorry. Just for the Miller family, that my sister had passed away, and her reconnection story had been very much about food and seed saving, and it's been really a part of my life for the last 10 years. So I'm very much connected to seeds in the same way that is, because it just has been part of my healing. So I'm going to try and get through this presentation, but I'm sorry, that was just a really strong reaction. because I care enough about this, but I just want to acknowledge that where I'm presenting from is Haudenosaunee land, and I'm very close to the Mississaugas of the Scugog Island First Nation who have helped with some seed work I've done, and my connection and researchers are presenting and representing Micmac land and Unamaki in the West Coast, or in the East Coast, sorry. So our seed bank's based in Fredericton, and one of my great inspirations, she's farming actually at PEI, even though she's worked in global forest genetics work. So just want to acknowledge that. How do I go forward? I can't see a button to go forward. It's
little
hidden.
arrows at the bottom left.
It's hidden over top of the menu bar. I can't get at it.
Sorry, Melissa, it's Colin. I think you can advance it with your arrow. If that's not showing, we're just trying to figure out how to minimize the toolbar at the bottom. But if you want to just advance with your arrow on your keyboard, that should work okay too. Or if not, maybe Rebecca can advance your slides if you want to give her the audio
Yeah, you
cues.
have to advance for me. Sorry. Give me a minute. I used to, as a kid, resent having to go plant potatoes and corn and squash and pick off bugs, and you know, I think there's a totally different perspective of it now when you get older. So yeah, someone else will have to advance for me. I can't seem to get to it. It just keeps bringing up the toolbar, and I'm not getting anything when I press an arrow.
Sorry, Melissa. It just hold tight for a second here. I'm going to take control back over, and sorry, we're fighting some internet problems here today. So I'll buy you a second. Hang tight.
Yeah, no, I never start presentations crying, but yeah, I don't know. It's I don't know if anyone else has been watching the Global Society of Ecological Restoration conference. It's been really amazing to see worldwide what people are doing with seeds. But Robin Wall-Kimmerer, who's Potawatomi tribe from Oklahoma, she'd presented. She's such a great orator, and I mean, she was talking about restoration is just people power. It's restoring our connection to the land, and yeah, I think that that really brings out some things in people. But yeah, I would love to present some very boring pictures of how our seed bank in Fredericton has been helping since the 1960s. You know, help with biodiversity conservation. It's a small lab in the basement, but we have about 9,000 cubic feet of seed storage area, and we've been collecting seeds for decades now, since the initial look at sort of the top commercial species. I mean, obviously, as I'm sitting here, I'm representing the Canadian Forest Service, and our initial mandate in the 1960s, 70s, 80s was to support forest industry with sort of the most common, especially boreal conifers. So we had been responsible for storing the material that really fueled source identified seed orchard production and seed supply in Canada for replanting after harvest. So I can say that we've successfully been able to build seed supply at a pretty monumental scale with all the provinces in collaboration. In the 1990s, once Canada signed on to the Canadian Biodiversity Strategy, our mission sort of adapted and evolved to include a lot of minor species, so species that were starting to become at risk from various threats. And I just want to point out to everyone on the call that one of the key pillars of the Canadian Biodiversity Strategy, so ahead of a 12-step process, if we're thinking about our addiction to capitalism and the consequences it's caused, one of the things the Canadian government committed to internationally is to maintain or improve measures that prevent in situ populations from becoming jeopardized by specimen collecting for ex situ conservation and other purposes. This would include utilizing ex situ conservation facilities and strategies to build up numbers to reestablish in situ populations. So I've been very encouraged by Stefan's presentations and the work of the First Nations groups to do this. So we know, and it's stated, that ex situ measures are essential to ensuring sustainable use. So that is a governmental responsibility. Where provinces have closed facilities, I would happily say the National Tree Seed Center is here to support you. And our new evolution and confirmed funding yesterday is that we now have the ability to work along with these nature-based solutions programs, including the Growing Canada's Forests program, to support knowledge exchange and training. So we have 60 years worth of data with over 400 different species, but you know, of all of our native tree and shrub species, which are kind of the infrastructure and the umbrella for a lot of other ones, we can help with knowledge exchange and training. So that picture there is actually me training some Mohawk Kanawaki group folks in looking at the collections they made of black ash from their reserve south of Montreal in 2019. Next slide, please. Yeah, so I'm proud to say that the National Tree Seed Center is working on sort of rebuilding our national mandate with a lot of really great memorandums of understanding and knowledge exchange and training. So we're going to be working heavily this year, me as well, working on training Parks Canada groups and especially some First Nations groups and Indigenous bioeconomy groups to work with native seed and building this supply back up so that they can supply areas that are really in need and sort of lacking that, lacking the agricultural, horticultural producers that are in those areas. So next slide, please. I'm trying to go faster. Yep, and if you just click once more. So, I mean, obviously you guys are all, a lot of you are in Southern Ontario. So this slide just represents sort of a small fraction of the tree and shrub species in Southern Ontario. And Southern Ontario is one of the National Tree Seed Center's focus priority areas. We have 6 focal areas that have been underserviced and that we're lacking even just representative material that would, you know, enable seed orchards from source identified material to be replanted or do research and solve some of these sort of fundamental problems. So next click should bring up what we're trying to focus on. So my strategy or our strategy now that we're doing with some analysis I've been doing is really to emphasize the gaps in genetic diversity, emphasize opportunities to make sure those adaptive traits are captured before climate change impacts them. And we're really working with the provinces and any group that's interested in species at risk, because we cannot rebuild species specific approaches without understanding that species and its limitations. Next slide, please. So one of our biggest success stories we had, and especially with First Nations and Indigenous values in terms of looking at our collection in a different way and maybe rematriation of some of these species that have been collected in the past and where they've been collected from and where they should go back to. But you know, one of the biggest threats right now to black ash, which is really important in the East Coast for basketry and weaving, it's still an economic driver for some Mi'kmaq nations, trying to conserve as much as we can genetic resources. So genetic resources, it can be in situ, but we're at the point with some species where if we don't seed bank this stuff where we know we can store it for at least 30 or 40 years, we won't have material to work with. I collected seed from around Peterborough last year or 2 years ago, 2019, of black ash. It was the first time I had seen seed, and it's probably the last time I will, because those stands are dying this spring. So we, in the areas in red, if you're working in any of these areas, we are desperately seeking sort of any last viable material to put in our bank to at least hold over until we can solve some more problems with emerald ash borer. And it's just going to continue to spread. So if you see survivors or you see seed, definitely let us know. Definitely let any of the regional networks in Southern Ontario know, and we'll hopefully be your backup. Next slide, please. And one of the other success stories I'd like to emphasize between a collaboration with the Forestry and Conservation Association and the Certified Seed Collector Group that I know Liz had mentioned in the earlier panel, that the University of Guelph has done a very good job at recognizing problems early on. They've banked material from wild stands. It's well accessioned. We know exactly where it came from. And the grandchildren of this orchard were banked at the National Tree Seed Center, and I was really lucky to do some really investigative work and showcase how we can make more babies. So next slide, please. With a tree this endangered, like Stefan said, often the ex situ conservation programs have more viable seedlings and individuals than exist in the wild, and I brought back many of these magnolias from Fredericton to Ontario even just this spring, that, you know, having the tool to bank seed long term, that was not known with this species before, and the fact that we investigated by single parent tree, I mean, this is basically Canada's tree panda. We need to treat every resulting parent tree and treat it like a zoo, you know, pedigree program where we understand which females are the most fecund. You know, that's the kind of thing that when it gets down to below 500 mature individuals, that's the kind of work that we really need to emphasize so that we can rebuild this population. So this is pretty significant work for us, and it's a win for Ontario and Guelph as well, and especially the Certified Seed Collector program that really helped make sure that those seed lot numbers stayed with each of those seed collection bags. So I'm really proud of this work, and I'll be presenting it at a couple of global consortiums later this year. Next slide. So the main title presentation was about seed supply. So I got co-opted by the National Tree Seed Center and CFS to work on a similar assessment that's been done in the US and actually in many countries, Australia, Brazil, the EU, Spain, parts of Africa are starting to look at this now, is for making these big promises, especially planting 2 billion trees. Based on the last assessment from 1999, we kind of figured we needed 5.5 viable seeds to, you know, meet 11 billion trees. So it's a very challenging process. There's, I'm not sure why I advanced. Can we go back just 1 second? Yeah, so there's a lot of specialized skills at every part in this step. And for anybody that's involved in restoration, it's also often the most undervalued part of the process, which is just the ability to order the right material at the right time. So, you know, we need 11 billion trees to fulfill this promise. Where are they going to come from? So that's the focus of our study. And yep, next slide now. And our study now, the first of 5 surveys is live. It sort of just captures all native seeds that are needed for nature-based solutions. I can provide that later. It's on our National Tree Seed Center website. But we know that compared to other countries, assessment in our country is very challenging. We have sort of these silos of plant use, which embedded in managing plant populations is this underwritten understanding that seeds are a part of it. So, you know, we've got sort of 3 main pillars. We've got forestry, agriculture, conservation, and we know there's a huge gap in indigenous food and medicines at certain levels. Some of it is respectful of the fact that we're not privy to some of the traditional harvesting methods or lands or data, because that is in the hands of the knowledge keepers, and we're really starting to work with those folks and understand that we can make a freezer even in Fredericton that's very separate and just defined for each of the groups that have an interest and need for that. But again, assessment is challenging because we used to have a lot of provincial public seed services, and a number of them in central Canada have been privatized, Ontario and Quebec being very noticeable. So yeah, it's going to take a little while to do this, and we kind of need everyone's voice in here to make it known so that we can state where a national seed strategy in Canada would actually spring from and who is responsible. So next slide. So this is just a quick map of seed services that exist across the country. This is primarily based on forest industry. That is our strongest industry that uses native seeds and has their supply chain well dialed in. Again, we've lost Ontario's tree seed plant. We've lost Manitoba, which was at the time defined as a solution. Even in BC, where there's a huge amount of restoration work going on, and in Alberta as well. Like, the West is very strong with policies, but they recognize that they're operating on pretty thin margins. So a lot of folks can't fill this gap between agriculture and forestry. So that's where we're just looking for other folks to fill the void. Next slide. And yeah, so our preliminary findings, mostly I was looking at the Canadian Nursery Producers StatsCan report. That big giant drop in figure 4A is a result of them removing reforestation production from the survey. So where we are at for the 2 billion tree promise, if we had to assume that reforestation nurseries are going to be committed to their mandate, that the excess supply in Canada is actually a lot lower than it was in the States. And yeah, we need 35 times the amount of production going on. So there's a huge opportunity for people interested in this. And I do really agree with what the first panel said, that people need to be well paid. We need to have, you know, botanists and ecologists at certain stages. So yeah, if there's surveys up, I'll definitely provide those. And if you need help now, don't hesitate to reach out to us and talk about baseline seed testing. If you want some collection training, we're working in partnership with FGCA in Ontario. And if you are speeding ahead, just want to thank all of our collaborators to date and the Canadian Forest Service for funding our initial work, but we're far from done yet. So thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Melissa. It was really cool to get to find out about all the work that you're up to. All right, so now we're going to go on to Dan. So Dan is a representative from the Ontario Native Plant Growers Association. He's got a bachelor's degree in biology from Laurier, and he's done lots of field assessments. He's got an interest in plants and birds, and he's got 10 years of professional experience in ecology and ecological restoration. He is currently an ecologist for Guyanasse, which is a greenhouse which is in 6 Nations of the Grand River. And he takes pride in coordinating and implementing ecological restoration projects. So I'm going to pass it over to Dan.
Okay, thank you. Happy to be here. Yeah, and today I just wanted to discuss what we can do to meet the increasing demands for seed, specifically talking about seed orchards. Okay. So I'm from Guyanasse, which is an ecological restoration and native plant and seed business based on the 6 Nations Reserve. I'm also representing the Ontario Native Plant Growers Association, which is a collective voice for native plant nurseries to supply and promote the use of native plants and seed in restoring and sustaining healthy biodiverse ecosystems in Ontario. So I want to talk today about how we can meet the growing demands of native seeds and plants. As you've heard from a few of the panelists earlier today, there's a lot of challenges in the industry right now. There's a huge demand for native seeds and plants, and this is mainly because of increased activities in ecological restoration. So I'm sure a lot of you are aware of the United Nations Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. So that's running from 2021 to 2030. So because of that, restoration activities in Canada and across the world are going to be totally amplified. So we're going to need a lot more plant materials and seeds. And one of Canada's responses to this Decade on Ecosystem Restoration is the 2 billion tree program. So because of these increased activities, we're going to need more and more materials. Unfortunately, currently there's a limited supply of native seeds and plants across the country. And part of this is a lack of experienced and knowledgeable certified seed collectors. And you heard Melissa talking about the FGCA's program for certifying seed collectors. That's one way that we can get people out there on the grounds and collecting more seed. And right now there is somewhat of a gap in the amount of seed collectors that are available. And because of this, there's lack of quality and a lack of locally adapted source identified seed. And then a lack of processing infrastructure in Ontario. As Melissa mentioned, the Ontario tree seed plant just closed down a couple years ago. So that left a big gap in Ontario's ability to process seed in large amounts. And also there's a lack of lead time. And what I mean by this is, speaking for someone who works at a nursery, we always get orders for plants or seeds, and sometimes we don't get a lot of lead time in advance. So it's hard to meet those demands, those orders. So in a perfect world, we could have upwards of 2 years of advance notice from people working in the restoration industry, even gardeners and private landowners, to know what they're actually looking for, like the quantities of seed or plants, and also the sizes that are required. You know, to get a 2-meter tall oak tree, it takes a few years. You can't just have it right away. So we need that lead time. So some of the solutions, I don't have all of the solutions, obviously. There's much more that we can do, but to meet the demands of increasing the increasing seed demand is to increase production. So there's a lot that we can do to increase the seed production. And with the increased amount of seeds that we're producing, we obviously need to increase our processing capacity. So that's so like creating more infrastructure for processing seeds, cleaning them, and also storing them. And then with this is training, outreach, and education. So that's not only with the nurseries and professionals that are already in the industry, but even with private landowners and people working in government and municipalities, to get them on board with what we actually can do. So one of the solutions that I want to focus on is creating seed orchards to increase seed production. So it may seem like a simple idea just to go out into a field and plant these native species, these native plants, so that we have a seed source. But there is some complex steps involved. So I'm going to go through that quickly here. So the first step would be to collect seed from the wild. And we want to ensure that the seed that we collect is quality and locally adapted, and it can be used for restoration. So it has to be a quality product that we can actually reproduce in bulk quantities and provide to people to amplify it even more. So the next step from that is field establishment. So actually planting the orchards is the main step. It's a big step. And then producing the seed from that in bulk quantities. And then obviously we need to store it. So we'll need those facilities to store the vast amounts of seed. And then finally, restoration of the native plant communities. So I'll just go through each step kind of in more detail. So seed collection and evaluation. So the big thing is that we need experienced, knowledgeable, and certified seed collectors to do this work. So the FGCA does run a program to certified seed collectors. It is mainly based on trees and shrubs. So one of the things that we will need to produce or just provide is education and training for collecting herbaceous seeds and grasses. The other important thing is that these seeds are collected locally and sustainably. So we need to have, within the seed strategy, we'll need to develop sort of policies and procedures on how to collect sustainably without over harvesting and things like that. And then finally, once we collect the seeds, we can take them back and evaluate their quality and their value for doing the restoration. And then finally, we want to develop the seed so that it's available for landowners and for nurseries for producing crops. So once we have the seed that's valuable for doing restoration, we can provide it to landowners and plant nurseries. So as you saw in the break, St. Williams is a native seed producer. So there is other nurseries that may be able to step up to produce seed on that scale. But unfortunately, most of the land in Southern Ontario is privately owned. And to produce these vast amounts of seeds, we're going to need a large land area. So somewhere in like thousands of hectares. So in the States, they have a great seed program where they work with landowners, and they have thousands and thousands of hectares available to produce this vast amount of seed. And by looking at that, you can see that it's a viable industry. So there is a market for private landowners to get into to produce native seed for restoration. And then obviously, if we do produce the seed, we're going to need somewhere to store it until it's ready for using in restoration. So these facilities, depending on the size, they aren't exactly cheap. We were actually quoted from at Guyana say we're looking into upscaling our nursery, our tree seedling production. But in order to do that, we need to increase our capacity for storing the seedlings. And the person that we were dealing with, they said would cost upwards of $2 million for a new cold storage unit. So we may need that financial support. And then finally, restoration. This is why we're in this business, is to restore native plant communities and ecosystems. And then the secondary benefit of doing this is that we have another seed source for these plants. And I just wanted to remind everyone that this is the work that we're doing. This is why we do this work. It's to restore Mother Earth. So, I mean, we can all do this. It doesn't have to be just nurseries or farmers or landowners. It can be citizen scientists or, planting something in your back garden. Even a few plants, it counts. So I just wanted to say we can all be part of generation restoration. Thank you.
Yeah, Dan.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool to see some of the work that you guys are up to. My partner Tanner actually shamelessly grows tons and tons of trees in his spare time, and he's not certified, so it's something that me and him have been looking into, just being able to do as a couple.
Amazing.
So we're gonna go on to Carrie now. So Carrie McLavin career in forestry began with tree planting and eventually evolved into doing a master's in forest conservation. Carrie has spent time supporting wildfire behavior research in Jasper, Alberta, and has developed a passion for forest restoration and tree seed when she worked at Forest Ontario. Let's see. Now she's the CEO of FGCA, Carrie is able to apply her passion for tree seed and climate change adaptation with the incredible team there. And she is a RFP in training. I'm not sure what those acronyms stand for. Maybe you can let us know.
Registered professional forester in training, something that I've been trying to work on for a number of years now, and it's quite the process. So we're getting there, though. Thanks so much, Erin, and for the organizing committee for inviting me today. Let me just make sure. Okay, yeah, I can control everything. Can everyone hear me okay? Erin, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You can.
Awesome. Great. Thank you so much. So the seed conversation doesn't begin without acknowledging those that came before us in this work, and especially the Indigenous peoples with the deep-rooted connection to the land, the trees, and the seed that we're talking about today. Also, those whose research forms the foundation of our understanding, and my mentors, like Brian Swale, Ron Thayer, Barb Boysen, Melissa Spearing, and many, many others. So just want to make sure we understand there's no one expert holding all of the answers in this. We learn with each passing year and season through stories and individuals and shared experiences. We're all bringing something valuable to the table, whether it's tree seed, genetics, herbaceous species, climate change, and the list goes on. Nothing should be off the table when we're talking about a seed strategy and planning for a future that is so unknown. What we do know is our children, our progeny, and those of the trees need options, and we must do our part to conserve and augment what we have right now. So the Forest Gene Conservation Association's mission is to make sure you understand you have a role to play in ensuring our forests are resilient. And for us, that's ensuring that adaptive genetic diversity is the foundation of any project, program, and initiative that's impacting our forests. The Forest Gene Conservation Association is led by 4 main strategies: species conservation, seed management expertise, climate change adaptation, and education. We work with CAs, NGOs, SFLs or sustainable forest licensees, private consultants, municipalities, First Nations groups, and many, many others. We have found that a foundation in sound science coupled with local experience, long-term monitoring, all these elements together can inform projects at any scale and be the vector for change. So trees have been picking up millions of years worth of experiential knowledge, and they evolve and store this fitness in their DNA, all contained in these tiny, tiny little seeds. You probably can't see that very well. So the genes that did not result in fitness or did not show up on the landscape were hidden in recessive genes. You don't need to be a forest geneticist. What you need to know is that we have to recognize that they have this knowledge and understand how we impact it and how we can augment it. By managing our existing genetic diversity well, we maintain their options to adapt to a future, one in which their capacity to thrive might actually be restricted by the changing climate. We need to be aware that diversity can be found at 3 critical levels. Species, which we all know very well, many species, but this alone is not enough. We have to recognize that there are differences in populations. A red oak from Sault Ste. Marie is different population than a red oak from St. Williams. There's also genetic diversity within one individual. So when you combine the 3, many species, many unique populations, many individuals, this is the genetic diversity that must be recognized and respected to maintain options for the future. Melissa and I attended a conference in Washington where a speaker referred to seed blindness. The fact that we are so unaware of this critical element of plant origin and the massive amount of potential it carries with it. Seed in the grand scheme of a nursery operation is seen as a relatively small percentage of the cost. We always see the seed for the forest, but do we see the forest as producing the seed? There's excellent work being done by woodlot owners, conservation authorities, nurseries, NGOs that are working to improve the diversity and quality of forests, which will be the genetic conservation units of the future, and seed collection areas, as Dan was mentioning. However, this work needs to be more valued and reconnected with the production of seed and the perpetuation of forests and plants in Southern Ontario. We can also make things a little bit easier closer to home. Dan explained that, there's one type of seed source, but it can take many other forms. We have natural forests, seed collection areas, seed production areas, and seed orchards, each of which has a unique purpose, and none of them are really interchangeable. Whether a seed comes from a natural stand or an orchard, these could have implications for projects and long-term success, and it's important to understand them. As well as Dan mentioned, the long-term costs of management and the commitment that it takes to ensure that we have those orchards for the long run. We have been, the FGCA Forestry and Conservation Association has been learning about gene conservation of species at risk like butternut for over 25 years. We partner with a number of organizations across Ontario, trying to collect material from punitively or possibly tolerant to butternut canker, with the goal of adaptive genetic diversity. Through the program, we strive to create thousands of diverse progeny or children from hundreds of tolerant parent trees that will then be reintroduced onto the landscape, fit to fight whatever threats may come along. And there's many other species at risk and trees in trouble, and we work with our partners at the National Tree Seed Center to try to advance some of those recovery efforts. So I don't have to tell this crowd, I'm sure you know, one of the greatest challenges we face at the society is climate change. Canada's Changing Climate Report produced by the Environment and Climate Change Canada indicates that continuing business as usual with emissions has the potential for a very dramatic effect on the climate. While low emission scenarios still have a major effect, it's less dramatic in comparison. The Canadian Forest Service has indicated models and analysis that suggest that climate envelopes of some species will shift northwards by more than 700 kilometers by the end of the century. This far exceeds historical natural tree migration rates of 10 to 50 kilometers per century. The implications of the changes are not 100% clear or known, but the increase in temperature is going to likely outpace an increase in precipitation, leading to more drought, which absolutely can affect trees' growth rates and ability to reproduce. Ultimately, as stewards of this land, there needs to be a balance. We need to balance current needs with future needs. Because the future is so unknown, we need to maintain as many eggs and as many baskets as we can to have options for the future. This all can be informed by source-identified seed and basic gene conservation principles. It is also possible that species periodicity, or the amount of time between seed crops, and its ability to reproduce can be less predictable because of climate change. So when a seed crop does come along in the right location, it is in our best interest to make sure we have the capacity to collect that seed and maintain it, like Dan said, in proper storage, and make sure that we maintain that high quality. In 1997, the FGCA developed Ontario Natural Selections, which is a voluntary certification program to ensure that seed and plants are of highest standard and are identified based on their source. We've been training and certified seed collectors, as Melissa and Dan mentioned, for many years now, learning as we go from the people who are attending, but it really sets that foundational education on seed biology and genetics and quality. Dan and Melissa both participated. Melissa has been helping us deliver those courses for years, and Dan has been a participant a number of times, which is awesome. We look forward to many, many more. So I just want everyone to know that you, the practitioners, the stewards, the decision makers, the voters, are in an excellent position to augment this diversity at all three levels. Every tree we cut, we plant, every plant species we collect from, we all are impacting the genetic diversity of our landscape. My mentor, Brian Swale, used to tell me, knowledge isn't heavy, so pick up as much as you can. Some of these seeds are so tiny, but the amount of information contained in their genes is just incredible. They have it in their genes to tackle the challenges that are ahead, but we need to make sure we understand how we can augment that, promoting fitness over recession, because again, they know what to do. We just need to know how we can help. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Carrie. That was really cool to find out what you guys are up to, and I'm going to be passing on some of this information to my boyfriend, my partner, but also other people that I know. I know a lot of Indigenous youth that want to get into seed collecting and becoming certified, so it's pretty cool to see that there's the opportunity out there. Thanks.
Awesome.
All right, so we're gonna go over to Stephanie. Stephanie Morningstar's people are Ganyat Gehaga Waganyata, which means from the Mohawk Nation, Turtle Clan. She's also from the Oneida Nation and Western and Eastern European, and her Ongwehonwe family come from 6 nations of the Grand River Territory, Tyendinaga, Cape Croker, and Moravian Town, as well as Europe. Stephanie is a self-proclaimed plant nerd, medicine tender, bridge builder, soil and seed steward, scholar, student, and earth worker. She's dedicated to decolonizing and liberating minds, hearts, and land, one plant, one person, ecosystem, and non-human being at a time. She grows, stewards, and protects medicines, builds soil, and reintegrates mycelium, teaches about the plant, human, non-human, ancestral connection through a decolonial lens at Seed, Soil, and Spirit School. And she liberates land with and for Indigenous, Black, and people of color as the Executive Director and Relationships and Reciprocity Co-Director at the Northeast Farmers of Color Land Trust. I'll pass it over to you.
Sego, everybody. There's some other slides up here that are not mine, so I don't know if you can take those down and allow me to share my screen. I have a presentation that I would like to be able to send over or share with everybody.
Sure,
no problem. Just take a minute.
It's
Thank
Colin.
you.
1 second here. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. I'll just sit tight, and then can you help me share my screen?
Absolutely. Just give me 2 seconds here.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Stephanie. Glad you are here with us today. Sorry about the little mix-up here, but we'll have your slides up in just a second. We've had a few tech glitches so far.
Yeah, no problem. Can everybody see my slides okay? I think I can see them, so I'm assuming everybody else can.
Yeah, we can. Great.
Okay. All right, thanks. So yeah, my name is Stephanie Morningstar, Mohawk Turtle Clan. My family comes from 6 nations. I was born and raised in Buffalo, New York, and I'm here to share about some of the work that I do with my community of Black, Indigenous, and POC earth workers, farmers, and land tenders across the territories of the northeast part of Turtle Island. And to talk a little bit about our seed strategy, as well as some of the challenges and opportunities that we've had in having these conversations about seed as kin and not commodities. And those kind of arise from my work at the Land Trust, as well as the work I do in the larger conservation world as an herbalist, as a biocultural restoration apprentice, I would say. So I am the executive director and the relationships and reciprocity co-director of the Northeast Farmers of Color Land Trust. And you can see here, this was during our last in-person gathering before COVID happened at Soulfire Farm in Stockbridge, Muncie, Mohican Territory. And this is a small sampling of our Northeast Farmers of Color network. We have over 500 members in the Northeast Farmers of Color network, and these are Black, Indigenous, Latinx, Asian, and other farmers, earth workers, and land tenders of color who have come together to establish land and food sovereignty in the Northeast region. And our goal at the Land Trust is to advance land sovereignty in the Northeast region through permanent and secure land tenure for Indigenous, Black, Latinx, and Asian farmers and land stewards who will tend the land in a sacred manner that honors our ancestors' collective dreams for, we say, responsible farming, not regenerative farming, because there are so many different definitions of what regenerative farming is. So for responsible farming, sustainable human habitat, reintegration of ceremony, restoration of native species ecosystems, and global Indigenous cultural preservation. And we do this work through the establishment of what is a hybrid land trust that is the basis of a community land trust as well as a conservation land trust, with the recognition that conservation has very often restricted human movement on the land, and we have a community vision that is deeply kin-centric. So we really do include the land and the non-human beings of the land as kin as well. So this is our program model, and it's all based on this sort of overlapping Venn diagram of what we consider to be the key sources or key pillars of land and food sovereignty. Our programs are interrelated, interdependent, iterative, generative, and kin-centric. And mainly we're looking at defending and amending the soil of the land and food systems by basically driving things from a community-driven, Black, Indigenous, POC-centered, specifically Indigenous-centered model of kinship. We are advocating and fortifying these structures through developing partnerships and policies that are regenerative and Indigenous-led, a climate justice model that is Indigenous-led. We have a land network model that is connecting farmers to land in healthy and respectful ways that seeds and strengthens our communities to be able to work to feed our communities, as well as building relationships and reciprocal relationships in everything that we do. So stewarding our relationships and our kin in our community in ways that not just do for, but also do with. So as I mentioned before, we operate from a locus of something called kin-centricity or kin-centrism, something that was made very popular by an ethnobotanist by the name of Enrique Salmon. And Leslie Marmon Silko says it best, and I think he quotes this in one of his papers about this, but human beings must maintain a complex relationship with the surrounding natural world if they hope to survive in it. And also add to this that there's another quote that we use quite often at the Land Trust, and that's by Glenn Coulthard. And that quote is, I think, quite relevant to this conversation around native species and seed keeping and seed saving. And that is, for Indigenous nations to live, capitalism must die. And for capitalism to die, we need Indigenous alternatives to it. So just to think about that for a moment, that's really where we operate from. So I'm standing here with my mentor and collaborator and friend, Dr. Robin Wall-Kimmerer. She's the person who introduced me to the concept of biocultural restoration versus restoration. And that means to not only restore the land, but also to bring story back to the land and to work specifically with Indigenous nations to do that. And at Nefolk Land Trust, we have centered the idea and recognize that we are operating and occupying mostly unceded territory in the work that we do in the northeast part of what is now known as the United States, in order to be able to do the work that we're doing respectfully, with reciprocity, with care, and with integrity. As a land trust, we have dedicated ourselves to not only consulting with Indigenous nations, but also partnering with Indigenous nations. And we really do consider consultation the lowest hanging fruit of this work. So really bridging into community-driven partnerships is where what we have prioritized. We're developing these stages of consultation to center the voices of our Indigenous communities and traditional leadership within the land trust itself. We're building relationships that undo rather than replicate the harm perpetuated by settler colonialism and land theft. And we're exploring ways of establishing shared sovereignty by using tools such as cultural respect easements, conservation easements, rights of first refusal, and voluntary taxation, as well as land and seed remutuation. So we are looking at ways that a lot of the work that's happening at the Land Trust and in this Land Trust world right now is really focused on building commons. And we want to acknowledge without and disrupt the idea of the commons in ways that, just to recognize that this conversation around commons in some ways has erased the idea of, or erased Indigenous ways of being, doing, and knowing. just referencing Adam Barker's 3 talking points here around that, as far as how should be focused on rather than commons, specifically that commons can evade complicity in producing and maintaining the structures of colonization, that naturalizing settler species and systems of governance can happen, as well as appropriation of indigenous territories and ways of being, doing, and knowing. So Robin, thinking about the idea of invasive species, we start to think about, and we get this activation to pull and eradicate, and all the sort of violent language that we hear around invasive species, and realizing, or not realizing often, that invasive species are also plant relatives, but plant relatives that are deeply representative of settler colonial presence. So as we're thinking about invasive species and native species in that discourse, I want to keep in mind that a lot of the, and I invite you to think about this in a critical way as you do the work that you're doing, to think about the tensions between the conversation, in this conversation around native and invasive. It's not just an ecological conversation, it's actually a relational conversation as well. So Robin says, your hands itch to pull out invasive species and replant the native flowers. Your fingers tremble with a wish to detonate the explosion of an obsolete dam that would restore a salmon run. These are antidotes to the poison of despair. And Joanna Macy also said in the same book, in Braiding Sweetgrass, action on behalf of life transforms. Because of relationship between self and the world is reciprocal, it is not a question of first getting enlightened or saved and then acting. As we work to heal the earth heals us. And those are the sort of locusts from which I operate as a land steward, but also how we operate at the Land Trust, as well as at Seed, Soil, and Spirit School, and all the other work that I'm a part of. So I want to think about and invite you to think about the definitions and discourse around native and invasive species. And invasive species are defined as an alien species which becomes established in a natural or semi-natural ecosystem or habitat, is an agent of change, and threatens natural biodiversity. They become established through settlement and proliferation and pose a threat to the richness and variability of living organisms. In the work that I do, because it is so relational, we start to think about invasive species and this concept of settler colonial guilt. We often see this purism around native species management in a way that doesn't really acknowledge the guilt that comes with that. And what we're trying to do is form a reparative mechanism in order to be able to build in some relational accountability to this work. So native species, on the other hand, are species which have evolved in a given area that arrived by natural means without intentional or accidental intervention of humans. And I challenge and push back on this definition, because it is very clear that our indigenous ways of being, doing, and knowing have had a hand in the proliferation of native species here on Turtle Island, and will continue to do so. So thinking about that native species versus invasive species, there's this idea that there's a settler colonial harm, grief, regret, and repair. And the movement that we see now, especially with the very sort of violent and systematic and categorized response by Western scientists to rip out and eradicate invasive species, it doesn't think about the things that invasive species potentially could be doing, and how plants have their own understanding of what they're doing in the world, and how human hands are always complicit in that. So I'm not advocating for the proliferation of native species, or I'm sorry, invasive species. I'm definitely not doing that, but I'm asking you to think about it from more of a relational perspective, and where they came from, why they're here, and how we can work with Indigenous communities to understand more about their views on invasive species and Indigenous land management practices that proliferate and restore our the biodiversity of our territories. So just one last thought around that is this quote saying, "The question of invasive species can be connected to both unreconciled histories of colonial expansion and pressing biodiversity and conservation issues." So thinking about the fact that invasive species are invasive because of human movement, and that native species are native species because they were here before settler colonialism, it makes sense that we should start paying attention to and prioritizing Indigenous land management practices as a solution. And by prioritizing that, we want to make sure that Indigenous minds and Indigenous land stewards are the ones driving those projects, not just being a part of them, but actually being a part of a larger, more decentralized perspective on how those projects can roll out. So the Northeast Farmers of Color Land Trust Seed Strategy is concentric and collaborative. We collaborate with many different organizations and grassroots collectives who also are values aligned in that concentricity. We advocate for intentional and accountable biocultural restoration. And sometimes what that means is rematriation of land, rematriation of seed, and accountability that is reparative. Culturally appropriate knowledge transfer. So basically making space and offering resources for Indigenous communities to transfer knowledge amongst themselves instead of doing it for them. We also are very dedicated to community-driven seed security, so localizing seed security on a nation-to-nation and community-to-community basis. We are offering something, an interesting tool called cultural respect easements, which is a type of easement that basically makes space for and recognizes the territory that you're on and makes space for those Indigenous nations whose territory we occupy currently to be able to come back onto those territories. There's a lot of different work happening in the states around this, especially in Wabanaki territory and other territories where there are either rematriation of lands happening or cultural respect easements where folks can go back onto those territories without threat of arrest or being driven off the land to do things like hunt and harvest and steward seeds and plant and tend the lands, doing agriculture, rites of passage, whatever it might be that's important to those nations. We're also offering reciprocity through things like Indigenous taxation, land taxes, and building a seed rematriation program. And also just advocating for seed keeping, but not gatekeeping. So oftentimes, because of the threat of patents and trademarks and all these sort of looming colonial threats, oftentimes Indigenous communities do not feel safe in sharing their seed because they're not sure where it's going. So just ensuring that as we're advocating for seed keeping and working on seed keeping strategies, that we're taking direction from the partners who know this work much better than us and that have been doing it for many, many years since time immemorial. So as I mentioned before, this is about regenerative seed keeping strategies. And we always say to be truly regenerative, we must be reparative. And what we mean by that is in regenerative agriculture, if we're using this as a metaphor, regenerative agriculture is always about bioremediating and building soil. And what we see here with the way that settler colonial environmental practices and the extractive nature of settler colonialism, it has gotten us to where we are right now. And where we are is not good. Where we are right now is unfortunately dealing with an imminent climate crisis that we're seeing happen around us every day. And our goal is to ensure that we repair those soils together, nation to nation, relationship to relationship, because we're all here for a reason, right? And we're not saying that every person that's not from Turtle Island is here with any kind of ill will. It's that there's been a lot of harm done in the past by many different people who arrived here and had unfortunately did not have the same understanding of how to act on the land in right relationship. And in order for us to be able to work together, we need to repair those relationships, repair the soil, build new soil together, and really center Indigenous land stewardship practices in that work. So just to uplift the idea of our own Haudenosaunee Thanksgiving address, the Ohando Gali de Laqua, this is a Thanksgiving address that thanks everything from the grasses all the way to Creator, and is a concentric model that serves to enhance the understanding of human nature relationship that is necessary in order to fully comprehend the distinct intricacies of concentric ecology. So we really use the Thanksgiving address as a model within the Land Trust, as well as my own work, to ensure that we're being reciprocal in everything that we're doing, and that we recognize everything and everyone is kin. So just to share some of the projects that we believe in and that we're, that we put our support behind or recommend, the Indigenous Seakeepers Network, which is a part of the Native Food Sovereignty Alliance. They're great. They promote Indigenous cultural diversity for future generations by collecting, growing, and sharing heirloom seeds and plants. They provide mentorship, seed sovereignty assessment toolkits, and seed rematriation. There is Sarah Seeds and Rowan White, who's the director of that organization. I've taken her Seed Siva several times. And this is a really wonderful sort of annual cycle that you can go through with Rowan and a bunch of different seed stewards from across the territories who are really interested in building beautiful relationships with seeds and cultural revitalization and rematriation, but also cross-cultural sharing. And it's a really wonderful collection of collective of folks from all over the territories, both settler and Indigenous, and many folks who are doing this work and doing it together in a really cool way. And of course, we believe in the Navdanya organization, that they're building a concentric seed commons. This is the one idea of commons that we actually feel good about. And when you think of the word Navdanya, it means two different things. It means 9 seeds, which is a symbol of biodiversity, as well as new gift. And that means for seed as commons, based on the right to save and share seeds in their context over in India. And it's about bringing together commons in a way that seed savers are the true givers of seeds. So really centering seed savers and creating that commons buy-in for themselves. So we always say at Sky World Apothecary and at NEFOC, don't just take care. We really do build everything that we do on relationship first and reciprocity, with that lens of concentricity. So as we're thinking about the ways that we engage on the land to restore seed, to take seed, to think about collecting seed and housing seed, let's think about it from a place of care and relationship. And that's pretty much what I would have to say. And I think I just finished sharing my screen. Sorry about that. Thanks so much for having me today. And thanks to all the other panelists. It's really wonderful to see all the great work that's happening out there.
Yeah, cool. That was actually so cool to get to find out about your organization. That was the first time I've heard about it, and I actually texted a few people being like, "This organization sounds awesome." So just know that that your website's going to be sent to a bunch of more people. I actually just asked Stefan if he could send out a Google Doc to everybody, and I'm hoping that while we have the panel going, we've got about 10 or 15 minutes to do it. If you guys can populate that Google Doc with all kinds of resources for young people who want to get involved with seed rematriation, all the work that you're doing, because I find for people that are getting into it, it's hard to know who to talk to. So if you can populate that Google Doc, it would be super cool. So in the background, while you guys have been speaking, I'm going to invite all of you to come on the camera. Denise has actually been writing a whole bunch of questions that she wants to be able to ask. We created questions beforehand, but while you were speaking, Denise was quickly typing into our Google Doc that me and her have. Denise, did you want to ask the first question? She's on the phone. Hopefully her internet's good. You're muted right now. Maybe she's texting me. Denise, are you there? Shows her as being here, but she's muted. All right. Well, I'll ask you guys.
Background is
Hello.
Between Carrie and Dan,
Okay.
how amazing the artwork is.
Okay, Denise, we
Sorry,
can
I
hear
didn't
you
know
now.
how to like unmute myself. There's like a whole nother platform you have to unmute. Sure, I can ask the first question. Also, thanks for the presentations. I know personally I learned a lot about, I guess, just even like non-Indigenous agencies of what they're doing to restore our seeds and our lands and stuff like that. So I learned a lot from even just information about like seed saving policies and stuff like that. I didn't know that that was a thing in Canada, or like what they're trying to accomplish and stuff. So I guess the first question for Melissa, who decides to define seed policy and what are the processes?
Ooh, that's a big one. I would say that in Canada, there's a couple of sort of well-known functions within agriculture. So the Canadian Seeds Act kind of underwrites agricultural requirements. There's only 6 native grass seeds that are required to be sort of registered with CFIA, and that's really just to control seed quality and weeds that come in, import and export through the border. And any producer in Canada that might be growing some native seeds would have to register those. And then from there, I would say that as much as the Canadian Forest Service and the group that I work with has spawned a lot of control over seed through forest industry, I mean, the provinces are really in charge of most of the seed policy that gets put out onto Crown land. It's really their responsibility to do that. And through biodiversity work, I mean, I think in the first panel who Brittany was talking about this sort of work through species at risk, there is some functions through seed work to work through species at risk conservation priorities. But in general, we don't necessarily have the same framework that, say, the US has or Europe has for sort of encouraging this burgeoning native seed world. And I would say there's even less protection for Indigenous and landrace seed here than there is in other countries. So I think we're still at sort of the Renaissance period of awakening the necessary policy support that the grassroots efforts want. So I would say that just in Canada, provinces for the most part have controlled more of it lately than others, but I know there's lots of good work coming out of so many little regional groups that really want to see it better recognized and protected. And and to Stephanie's perspective, I totally understand that Indigenous people have a hard time sharing this commons approach, because we're starting even at our national seed bank to say, it's not about how can you help us anymore. It's more like, how do we help you and how do we protect what you're giving us, because it is a gift. And we want to make sure that the groups that put their trust in us through MOUs, that their seed, we don't just give out seed to anybody who asks anymore. It's really about who gave it to us first and who would look after it best. So I think stewardship really is important, and it's really reflective of who did that material come from originally and what came with it. So we're really trying to find ways to respect that better. So great question.
Thank you. I guess even just to elaborate on that, how are you involving Indigenous leadership or policymakers into that journey, I guess? Like, are you asking community members to come in to share what their thoughts are into the policies, or is it just kind of like...
No, honestly, I think at the first part, I mean, a couple years ago, we were using some really great papers that had documented Indigenous values, even to the species that we already have. Like, we have 13,000 jars of seed in Fredericton, and 98% of them have some sort of Indigenous value somewhere across the country, and they're all got a GPS location on them, so we know exactly where they should go back to, or under the climate change scenarios, project where they might be happiest in. So I'd say that our first step in sort of looking at decolonizing even our own collection, I mean, we need to talk to a lot more people, and Indigenous communities are really coming to us now. I think Aaron said, you just don't know where to turn to ask, and I can appreciate that. I think it seems like there's not a lot of resources out there, but I mean, we've put our hand up and said, you know, especially through the Growing Canada's Forest program, you know, if you're a small and medium-sized enterprise that is just on your starting points in your journey, I mean, we are there to help connect either local resources, because we know in Southern Ontario, there's lots of great groups doing stuff, and we lean on FGCA and CANSA and, you know, any other group that's been doing it right for a long time. We would be reaching out to the sort of those local groups to help, but if there isn't any support systems in an area, we can at least start. And it's a two-way knowledge exchange. I mean, I think we've operated for too long saying that we know everything or we'll create the new science, and that's not, you know, that's really not the way to go forward anymore. So, you know, I think even just we had a discussion with Unamaki elders, and I mean, I would just be so excited to get an invite from any elder and, you know, plant knowledge keeper to come out and walk the woods with them. I mean, that would be so simple, but it is really that simple to just make those offers, to listen and to spend time with people and say, you know, what do you know? Does it complement some of the strategies we're trying to take, and how do we incorporate your voice into it without, you know, railroading sort of this long-standing knowledge? So yeah, there's a lot of discussion that needs to happen going forward.
No, Denise just texted me and she said anytime that somebody unlocks their door, her internet gets cut out. So I'm gonna ask the next question. This question, I think I'll start with Stephanie, and then if anyone wants to add to Stephanie's response, feel free. So in many places around the world, the concept of personhood is being legally applied to places like rivers, water bodies, trees. There's actually a river in Quebec that just recently got this, and mountains. If we were to think about seeds as a person, right, in an Indigenous way of thinking about seed, we already do. In a Western way and in Canadian law, they're not, right? If we were to give seeds their own personhood, how would our conversations today be different? So this, I'll start with Stephanie, and then we can kind of add on to it as you want to go.
Thanks. Well, there is one seed, actually. I think it's stateside across that colonial border that is recognized manoomin, or wild rice, by the White Earth Band of Ojibwe. And it's really not about giving recognition, but actually recognizing there are people, whether we recognize it or not, right? So I think it's about, we have a policy platform on personhood in our community conservation program. And again, it goes back to that concentric definition of recognition. So it is about building those Indigenous alternatives that I mentioned earlier. And to build Indigenous alternatives, we need to center in the knowledges and not just the knowledges, but the systems of knowing that Indigenous communities, Indigenous nations hold. They're all different, right? We're not one big amalgam of one specific, like one general people. We're hundreds of individual nations with individual territories and cosmologies and languages across these territories. So can you just repeat the last part of that question? Because I was thinking about
yeah, it's how would our conversations today be different? Yeah. Like how can you kind of imagine everybody's work being a little bit different if this is how we approached everything?
I can say from the development of, you know, we're a nonprofit. The Land Trust is a nonprofit. We recognize our positionality as part of the nonprofit industrial complex. And sort of to combat that and to recognize and center concentrism and personhood at the core of our work, we've created concentric circles of leadership versus the top-down structure. So we've actually mirrored our leadership, mirrored specifically from the Haudenosaunee Confederacy model of, you know, the family, the clan, the nation, you know, that's really what I would say is that we have to look at different positions of power and power structures, and the colonial system is not built to, it's incommensurable with the Indigenous system of, or you know, I'll just even use Haudenosaunee system. It's completely incommensurable. So in order to continue to have these conversations, you know, there are conversations happening right now about would personhood be economically viable? And, you know, what does that mean? You know, when you think about economy and money, and it's still thinking of that capitalistic structure. So a lot of it is about unlearning and relearning ways of knowing that are based on the land where we currently live. So, you know, a lot of it is around upholding our responsibilities to the land. And if we are settlers on a piece of land, you know, recognizing not only that we're settlers, but how we're being accountable, how are we being reciprocal. Anything that's coming from within the colonial system, I challenge, will never fully center Indigenous sovereignty. So we have to think about, what does sovereignty mean? What does it truly mean? It's self-governance, and the land, we're looking at land sovereignty and seed sovereignty, which means the land and the seeds are governing themselves, right? We're responsible to these seeds. We're responsible to them like kin. These are the faces to come, and they're our ancestors. So we're just here in this sort of cyclical relationship with them, and we often see seeds being counted as commodities and money being attached to them and sold and trademarked and patented. So those are when I started doing this work and went back to school back, you know, a while ago, one of the folks that was on Denise's video, actually, Elva Jameson, was one of my teachers, and she was the person who basically catalyzed the work that I do now, as far as going out. And she said, your work is to, because I'm biracial, I'm Indigenous, and I'm my father was white, my mother was Mohawk. She's like, you have these two bundles, and instead of hiding one or the other, you need to use both of them and be that bridge between, that relational bridge between our cultures, so that you can protect our knowledge and protect our lands and our seeds and our foods and our medicines. And that's what I'm here for, is to sort of build that translational bridge and that relational bridge. So it does take a lot of unlearning, relearning, and building relationships from a place of decentralized power. That's one of the biggest things that people have a problem with, is, you know, making decisions like we were talking about before with policy, for example. The people making policy about our lands should be Indigenous people, right? It shouldn't come from a paternalistic place or position of determining who's going to make the best decision or treat something the best way. It's about Indigenous communities making those decisions themselves. Guyana Say is a great example of this, right? Guyana Say is one of those beautiful organizations that is based in community, driven by community, hires community, capacity building, and is restoring the lands around us with this really wonderful knowledge. So just a deep bow to Dan and all the work that you and Gerardo and everybody else over there are doing.
If I might just build on Stephanie's point, that I think that, you know, we have such a hard time, and so many of the other speakers mentioned the importance of education, awareness, and I think that part to Stephanie's point about unlearning and relearning is like, it's almost like people need to hear so many things in so many different ways. Like my knowledge of storytelling, you know, it's told, the same story is told in so many different ways, and that is what helps build our understanding of an element, no matter what it is. So from the seed perspective, and even the genetic side of seed, I think people don't understand how complex trees are. We tend to understand how complex we are, and we've been researched so much, and, you know, our genes and everything else. And just, you know, there is research on tree genes, but not, the general public doesn't understand that. So I think there could be some relation to, you know, personifying seeds, and just so to help people like get some element of the complexity of these species, and these genes of plants and trees. The other thing is just, you know, seeds are governing themselves. They are adapting to the conditions that we are imposing on them. In some of these cases, we're imposing them on them so quickly, they're unable to. And so, you know, we have to learn how to respect what they have, what their powers are, and, you know, also understand how we are imposing additional pressures and threats on them. And so seed is just such an amazing source of knowledge for us. And if that way of communicating helps people understand the more complex, the complexity of it, I think it would be a great idea. I think there's just so many different ways we need to talk about that to get it through, you know, to help that education and awareness piece.
Melissa or Dan, did you want to add? We've got about maybe 1 minute left until we have to take a break.
Sure. Just going back to giving personhood to things like plants or seeds or rivers, I think that's so important. Like we look at things in terms of like a Western culture sort of thing, in terms of resources and things, but we don't put that value on like the living world. And we talk about doing ecological restoration, planting thousands of trees and returning plants to the landscape. But we're not making that connection with these individual plants. Like each one is an individual, just like you or I. So like I'm an earthling, they're also earthlings. So I think we need to restore that value within society, within our culture, right? And then we can truly have respect for Mother Earth, and moving forward, we can create a healthy world. I think it's just so important to teach that value.
So I know Stefan's gonna come on because we have to take a break. But so I shared a link with you, Stefan. Hopefully you can share that with everybody just so they can populate it with like your website, your email, stuff like that, because I know Denise and I really do want to reach out to everybody and introduce you to other young people that we know that want to get into this type of work. So big Nyawat Goa, Chimigwech. For spending the time with us today. And thank you, Stefan, for allowing me and Denise to be the moderators of this. It's been really fun.
Thank you for your help and support with this panel. It's a big task. It's a big conversation to have, and I would not have been able to do it on my own at all. So thank you, Aaron and Denise, and also for your video contribution. And thanks to all the panelists. We are going to go for a brief break, but we'll be back at 2 o'clock with session 3, which is all about case studies and good news stories about local projects in restoration. So thanks. We'll see you in a few minutes, and enjoy some videos from our friends and partners. Cheers, everyone.
Miigwech, Aaron and Denise.
And we're crying. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the Ontario Biodiversity Summit Restoration Workshops. We are about to start our third and final panel workshop for the day. Thank you to those who have been around all day. We've had some really great talks this morning. Our first session was focused on opportunities for restoration and connectivity. And we just finished a great session about native plants and seeds and how we as people relate to them. And we're about to start a panel presentation on some case studies and good news restoration stories from across Southern Ontario. And so I've reached out to Canadian singer-songwriter Lorena McKennett to help us celebrate our conference, our virtual summit. It's really a shame that we're not all able to meet together this year, but we are celebrating across Ontario, not only the summit, but also the launch of the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. And so if you're not aware of that, that event, please do check it out. And to help us celebrate the Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, we asked Lorena McKennett to share some of her thoughts about trees and her commitment to regenerative agriculture in particular. So if Colin, do you want to play her message before we start our panel? And then I'm going to introduce the moderator for this afternoon. Thanks, everybody, and welcome back.
Hello, I'm Lorena McKennett. As a performer, writer, and traveling musician, I've been fortunate to see much of the world in its natural beauty and abundance. With the help of many others, I've also been working to make the 150-acre farm on which I live a location to support biodiversity through such practices as regenerative agriculture. In addition to the hundreds and thousands of trees we've planted over the past couple of decades, we continue to focus our learning on the themes of soil management, grasses, and rotational grazing. Although our learning has just begun, we've been delighted to see the bird and pollinator populations blossom in recent years. As a Canadian, I treasure our remarkable country and its biodiversity, from coast to coast to coast, from forests to rolling hillsides to tall, grassy plains. We know that sprawling populations and industrial expansion have threatened and destroyed too much of our natural world. We can fight back by planting native seeds and trees, by restoring landscapes and finding inspiration in what natural growth continues to give to all of us. I'd like to salute the Ontario Biodiversity Council and my friends at the Ontario Plant Restoration Alliance for their dedicated efforts to support and restore the growth of our natural landscapes. Best of luck to all of you who gather in the spirit of ecosystem restoration, and thank you for your inspiration and good work.
A special thanks to Lorena McKennett for that message. I hope you all enjoyed that and found it as inspirational as I did. So I'd like to introduce the moderator for our next session. Alan Unwin has worked as an environmental consultant for a number of years in both the fields of waste management and ecological restoration before joining Niagara College in 1995 as a full-time faculty member. In September of 2011, Alan became the Associate Dean for the School of Environmental and Horticultural Studies and was most recently appointed to the Dean of Business, Tourism, and Environment Division at Niagara College. From 2015 to 18, Alan served as the chair of the Society of Ecological Restoration, the third Canadian to ever have held that post. Alan also serves on the editorial board of the Ecological Restoration Journal, published out of Rutgers University. Alan holds a Bachelor of Environmental Studies degree from the University of Waterloo and a Master of Education from the University of Toronto. Alan, I trust you are standing by, and I will hand things over to you now. I look forward to the panel presentation.
Well, thanks very much, Stefan. It is indeed my pleasure to join you guys today and join this very important dedicated session today on ecosystem restoration. My career path has been a bit broad-ranging, but certainly the one consistent element has been the focus on education. Always felt, to quote Nelson Mandela, that the greatest weapon we have in changing the world is education. And so therefore, you know, at Niagara College here, we really made a commitment to support environmental challenges that we're facing globally through education. And I'm so happy when I'm able to participate in sessions like today, when I see some of the names of the individuals that have presented to this point and are part of the panel today that have come through our program, our graduate certificate program in ecological restoration. We have a one-year graduate certificate program in ecosystem restoration that touches on a lot of the topics that have been discussed today. And so I'm very pleased to see some of the names from the past that I've had the pleasure of standing in front of as a professor and associate dean. So it does give me a lot of pride to see the important work that they're going out and accomplishing and are going to be speaking about over the next little while. So yeah, my hope today is that, as everybody has mentioned throughout, is, you know, looking at case studies that illustrate some of the successes, some of the challenges I hope get discussed as well, because I think that's where we really learn about restoration, is in the challenges themselves. You know, it is the UN Decade of Ecosystem Restoration, and it's been identified that we need to restore at least 1 billion hectares of degraded land by 2030. So that's obviously no small challenge. To say it's a huge challenge is an understatement, in fact. And I think sessions like today are contributing to that effort in a substantial way. So with that in mind, I'd like to move into the actual introductions of the four panelists that we have joining us today. And I will get things started. I believe I will take the approach that the previous moderator did by introducing one at a time before their sessions are planned for. So, so our first speaker is Val Dazil. I hope I pronounced that right, Val. And Val started working with the Nature Conservancy of Canada in 2012 with a special focus on tall grass prairie restoration in the Rice Lake Plains. She completed her honors Bachelor of Science degree in Restoration Ecology in 2013 with Trent University and Fleming College. Her restoration projects include prescribed burning and thinning of forests for oak woodland, planting prairie, and invasive species management. The main focus of restoration in the Rice Lake Plains has been the Hazelbird Nature Reserve, a nature destination property, and Val welcomes everyone to visit, and it sounds like a great place to visit. So I will turn things over to Val for her presentation.
Oh, thank you, Alan. And thank you everyone for inviting me for the talk today. So yeah, restoration in the Rice Lake Plains, as Mark Stab, our program director, lovingly calls it the tall grass awakening. We've been working on several, we'll get into it discussing the focal area that we work in. Next slide, please. I don't think I can work it. So I work for the Nature Conservancy of Canada, and who we are, we're Canada's leading national land conservation organization. We currently have directly and permanently protected 2 million hectares in Canada, with 12 million hectares further conserved by partners supported directly by NCC actions. In Ontario, we've protected over 80,000 hectares, and we are committed to exemplary land stewardship. This is the area that we work in, which is the Rice Lake Plains, which has recently been expanded to cover Lake Iroquois Plain as well. So we went from a small area, you can see in this green area, that's it exactly, called the Rice Lake Plains, and now we've expanded to cover over 35,000 hectares, including the Lake Iroquois Plain. A lot of the focus of our restoration work is around protecting black oak woodland, black oak savanna, and tallgrass prairie remnants in the Great Lakes region. Many of you are familiar with the rarity of this habitat, which once covered roughly 70,000 hectares in the province, where today less than 3% of it remains. Together with our partners, we have conserved over 913 hectares or 2,256 acres of significant habitats in the Rice Lake Plains. The dotted areas across the mapping here represents the work done from Nature Conservancy of Canada and our partners. Now, when I talk about tallgrass prairie communities, what I'm really referring to is 4 different community types. And by the way, all these photos were taken from Hazelbird Nature Reserve, and I do hope you can come and visit me sometime. So first off is the sand barren, which is basically devoid of trees with very unique species that live there, including in this photo, sand drop seed. The next part of the community type is tallgrass prairie, which is less than 10% tree cover. And then oak savanna in our part of the world is 10 to 25% tree cover, and oak woodland, which is 25 to 60% tree cover. So we work quite hard to restore these habitats. Of course, we are faced with quite a few challenges, and I'll speak to that as we move through. So stewardship work that we do here in the Rice Lake Plains to enhance these habitats, of course, include native planting and seeding, prescribed burning, thinning of oak woodlands, and removal of non-native woody and herbaceous species. We've been fortunate in the past, unfortunately with COVID, we've been unable to continue with our conservation volunteer program, but we hope to be seeing everyone soon next year, I'm hoping, to engage people in all ages to protect the species and the natural habitats and give people the experience of hands-on education and ecological restoration. We have a lot of positive feedback from the community, and people from all over come and help us with our stewardship work on the land. Some of the challenges that we have in the Rice Lake Plains area is, like other panels have discussed this morning, as the shortage of seed. It's one of our largest limiting factors in our restoration work. The tallgrass prairie in Rice Lake Plains has been severely fragmented and degraded, leaving only small remnants existing. There isn't enough seed to complete all the restoration work that we need to be done, and buying from external sources is expensive. So currently, the local seed collection is from remnants in some cases, and some of it we outsource, particularly the large grasses, from other seed zones. And of course, the battle against invasive species with limited staff and controlling persistent invasives across thousands of hectares proves to be a major challenge for us each year. A lot of the main species within our habitat include, I love this beautiful picture of Scotch pine burning through one of our prescribed burns, dog strangling vine that easily invades prairie, and spotted knapweed, which is, I did my honors thesis on that one. That was a contaminant in hay on the western coast of Canada at the turn of the last century, which has made its way all the way here and has severely degraded and proved to be quite a challenge to restore the tallgrass prairie. And another one, which is a challenge, is the smooth brome. A lot of these are agricultural legacy in the area that we work to restore to increase biodiversity. Thank you, and I hope to see you out on the landscape where I could show you this in more detail.
Thanks so much, Val. That looks like, yeah, quite a lovely place to come and visit. So it's going to be on my list to travel and get a sense of some of the accomplishments that are quite impressive. And as we head into the second speaker, I'm hoping, when we get to the discussion aspect, one of the key aspects that I've always found most interesting, I'll probably ask the panel, so maybe a heads up at this point, is certainly the lessons learned. What was the biggest surprise and challenge that you faced and had to overcome? And certainly adaptive management is the central tenet of ecosystem restoration. And I think a lot of that is based on some of the things that didn't go well. And so I'll probably be calling on all of you to sort of, frame some of your successes based on some of the challenges you faced as well. But next, we have our next speaker, Radek Odolchik, is Alderville Black Oak Savanna's Ecological Restoration and Stewardship Coordinator. In this role, he is responsible for overseeing the restoration work at the Alderville BOS Black Oak Savanna site and the Stream to Shore project. Radek also plays a lead role in the conservation of species at risk and other conservation-related projects. He has worked at the Alderville Black Oak Savanna for 7 years, with over a decade of conservation work ranging from mangrove wetland restoration in Central America to sustainable forest practices in the ancient Appalachian Mountains of New Brunswick. He has a technologist diploma in ecosystem management from Fleming College and a Bachelor of Science in Environmental Science from Trent University. Over to you, Radek.
Thank you kindly, Alan. Yeah, that was a great introduction. I'm just going to pop right into the slides here. So yeah, the Alderville Black Oak Savanna, it's located in Alderville First Nation, which is found within the Rice Lake Plains region. Val outlined or delineated the Rice Lake Plains on the map. This is sort of an older iteration of the Rice Lake Plains, which doesn't include the Iroquois Shore. The Alderville Black Oak Savanna was founded in 1999 by local artist, biologist, and elder Rick Beaver. He was actually my mentor when I started at the Black Oak Savanna. And over the past couple of decades, the Alderville Black Oak Savanna has worked to restore and steward over 160 acres of land across Alderville First Nation, including grasslands, riparian zones, and shorelines. Our mission is to preserve, restore, and expand rare tallgrass habitats and the species that inhabit those habitats, to educate and extend related environmental information to the public and community members, and to provide a high quality and diverse research site. So to outline some of our restoration practices, the main sort of elements that we utilize for restoring grassland habitat specifically are prescribed or controlled burns. We do a lot of invasive species removal, which is depicted on the bottom right here. This is us in the fields removing spotted knapweed. Excuse me. And then we collect a lot of seed. So on the top left image there, that's our seed harvester, which we use to collect a lot of our tall grasses, so big blue stem and Indian grass. But you can see on the sort of right of that image that it has a hydraulic lift, so we can lower it to collect from our upland sort of drier prairie sites, which includes little blue stem and a lot of goldenrods and asters. So what do we do with all those seeds? We broadcast them by hand, primarily after a prescribed burn, and then some of the seeds that we collect are grown into plugs. We also do a lot of monitoring of flora and fauna just to sort of monitor and track the efficacy of our efforts. So prescribed burns are utilized because grasslands are fire-dependent ecosystems. Prescribed or controlled fires knock back woody succession. If you ever have had the chance to sort of see the regeneration post-fire, it's actually quite stark. You know, sort of like weather conditions influence sort of the plant growth as well. But if you were to stand sort of along this trail, on the right where we burned and on the left where we didn't burn, like sort of later in the spring, the contrast is quite stark and yeah, very visible. And yeah, the new growth and vegetation attracts a lot of herbivores and is beneficial for a lot of other organisms too. So invasive species removal, I touched on that briefly, but we primarily work to remove spotted knapweed, sweet white clover. We don't really have much European buckthorn on the site anymore, just because of our efforts, but we do control European buckthorn in other areas. Dog strangling vine is an increasingly pervasive invasive species in the Rice Lake Plains region. And we do sort of conduct some control efforts for garlic mustard, not necessarily on our grassland restoration or stewardship sites, but sort of in forests and edge habitat. And so I already mentioned this before, but yeah, immediately following the removal of native or invasive plants, we plant native grasses and wildflowers. And those grasses include big blue stem, Indian grass, and little blue stem. And then some of the, I guess, more resilient or less conservative prairie forbs, including wild bergamot, thimbleweed, wild blue lupin, and then some woody stem things as well, including New Jersey tea and smooth wild rose. So we collect seeds of basically everything that we can get our hands on. We sort of follow best practices sort of that have been established in sort of through Western Eurocentric science, but also traditional ecological knowledge that has been passed down sort of through the community. So here you can see a mix of wildflower and some grass seeds, yeah, which are lupins, thimbleweeds, New Jersey tea, wild bergamot, little blue stem. There's some woodland sunflower, showy tick. The list goes on and on. Oh, sorry, before I carry on, I just want to say that this is sort of one of the most meditative and sort of restorative practices. Like we sort of, I don't want to say that we toil, but we kind of slog all summer long removing invasive species. But when it comes to this, it's a really peaceful activity and it's very therapeutic, I should say. And is a wonderful thing for volunteers to do. But I sort of agree with what was mentioned by previous panelists that, yeah, I think there needs to be sort of employment opportunities and strategies to get people out on the land collecting seeds and being compensated appropriately. It's tough to sort of ask folks to sort of volunteer, although, again, it's something that everybody, I'm sure, relies on quite a bit. So ongoing projects include the Stream to Shore project that was initiated by a young community member in Alderville, and that was to restore a riparian corridor sort of that ran through some cash crop fields, corn and soy agricultural fields. So I think we're about 4 years into that. Some of the elements of it were some of the guiding principles were rooted in traditional ecological knowledge. and we've planted over 500 trees and shrubs, and we have collected and staked almost 2,000 red osier dogwood stakes, and we're continuously monitoring water quality. We conduct a fair bit of work to help turtles in the region. Most of this work is actually conducted by my colleague and Alderville community member, Cassie McEwen. She's a total rock star when it comes to turtles. But basically and essentially, we've created 2 designated turtle nesting habitats along the shores of Rice Lake. And we've built, I actually don't remember the number off the top of my head, but quite a few nest protectors, and we put those out and make them available for community members. And then we've also helped in some turtle nest recovery and rescue efforts. And then another project, we have our Gitagon, which is an interpretive garden, and then that's coordinated by my colleague, JC Moore, and it has universal trails with 7 themed beds. It represents all native species, not all native species in Ontario, but it's comprised of all native species in Ontario. And yeah, we have some citizen science efforts that are projects that we conduct through that, and it's including Bumblebee Watch and Mission Monarch. And then a really big pillar of the Black Oak Savannah has always been outreach and education, which includes workshops and guided tours, public events and class trips to sort of all age groups, from kindergarten students to high school students to Fleming or college and university students, and special interest groups as well. We are pretty active on social media and have presentations that sort of now, given COVID-19, the fact that we're shut down for the public, sort of a lot of this has actually been sort of transformed into like virtual efforts through presentations. And that's about it for me for the presentation part. I'm looking forward to this discussion, and I just wanted to thank everybody for having me on here. I would like to sort of express a special thank you to Elder Dorothy for opening things up in such a good way and for sharing sort of the wisdom of our ancestors. And yeah, and also, sorry, before I carry on, I had some notes here. I just want to thank Alderville community members and their ancestors for being such phenomenal caretakers of the land and biodiversity. And yeah, thanks.
That's great. Thanks so much, Radek. That's pretty impressive accomplishments that you've outlined today. So yeah, I look forward to the discussion as well to hear a bit more detail on a few of the aspects mentioned to this point that are clearly consistent with the first 2 presenters. Yeah, and I'm going to be moving into the 3rd speaker. I think we're actually ahead of schedule, which is a remarkable accomplishment. So thank you so to this point for everybody keeping to their time. I'll probably just mention that certainly seed collection, accessing plant material is clearly one of the biggest challenges that many have mentioned. And you know, I'd probably be remiss if I didn't make mention of Niagara College's program in a bit more detail, since I've got a couple of minutes perhaps before we tee up the next speaker. But it's a 1-year graduate certificate program for those on the session today that are looking to maybe invest in a career that I think will provide some very rewarding, occupational opportunities in the long run. Many people have mentioned today about the fact that we need to pay and pay well for the work that needs to be accomplished, and I completely support that position and agree wholeheartedly with that. And you know, we've tried to focus our attention on the practical aspects of what a restoration practitioner does. And you know, we have a plant material management course that looks at seed collection strategies. We're in the midst of discussions with Stefan and others from the WWF on a seed orchard here on our campus. We have a 15-acre wetland, in fact, that our students have been driving the restoration efforts on over the past 22 years or so. So very hands-on, very practical skill sets that have been mentioned in many of the presentations to this point. So certainly something to consider if you're really looking at focusing your career path on this very critically important career path and the work that needs to get done. So I thought I should mention that since I have the floor. I will, though, transition to the third speaker today as part of this afternoon's focus on case studies. Terry Lynn Brantz, Sarah, is a Mohawk seed keeper who operates a heritage seed bank in Haudenosaunee Agricultural Resource Center on Six Nations. She built an eco-friendly earthship with model gardens to share the ways of the Haudenosaunee. After 35 years in Indigenous education, she is now a mentor consultant of Indigenous gardening and food security. Terry Lynn's passionate relationship with wild gardening and networking has led to her grassroots activism in land relations. She authors a newspaper column called In My Longhouse Basket and is soon to publish her second book. So I'm hoping Terry Lynn is ready to go, even though we're a few minutes ahead of schedule.
Alan, it's Colin here. I've just patched in Terry Lynn on the audio. So Terry Lynn, you should be able to hear us, and I think we should be able to hear you if you can say hello.
Hello.
Loud and clear.
Yes,
That's great.
can you hear me?
Sure can.
Okay. So am I okay to begin?
That's great, Terry Lynn. And I have your videos ready. When you're ready, you just let me know, and we'll play a YouTube video for you, okay?
Okay, sure. Put it on now, and then we'll be done with that.
Okay, sounds good. Give me a second here, and I'll cue it up. Okay, here it comes, Terry Lynn. Okay, Terry Lynn, sorry, we're trying something new here. So we just played a video from your Earthship video. I think you could hear that, but in the event you didn't, we just played that clip. I have the one more video queued up if you'd like me to play that short clip, and then I'll turn it over to you if that's okay.
I think I'm just ready to start now. I think that's pretty much, we can maybe see it, listen to it at the end.
Okay, thank you. Over to you.
Okay, so Sego, wakan nuilado ne kan jonkwa, selasles yun gets, waganakto ne ganyang gahagani ias waga wagidalo. Gada ne hano hatat no gada yontos kwe. So my name is Selazala, Meadowlark in English, Terry Lynn Brant, and I live here on Six Nations, and I'm what's called an old-time farmer, basically, one that follows the ways of our ancestors. And so I recently began a different phase of my gardening that we're doing here. And that's kind of a little bit about what I wanted to talk to you about. Like our main purpose here at Mohawk Seed Keeper Gardens is seed rematriation, to grow out Haudenosaunee seeds, basically food seeds that we have, and grow them out and get them back into our Haudenosaunee communities. I was fortunate enough to be raised in a household where we had our own farm, where we had our seeds, our agricultural seeds that we had with us since before the coming of the settler people. So really fortunate that I was able to be reared that way and to, you know, learn that ancestral agricultural knowledge from my family, which is a little bit different than the agricultural ways. These, even that we kind of think of them as old time farmers, settler farmers, that was even a different method of agriculture than the Haudenosaunees traditionally used even previous to that. So here at the gardens, I said seed rematriation is really, really important. But because now today with our switch and our changing into more eco-friendly type things, we see a huge revitalization that has brought renewed interest from the next generation of agriculturalists, of our own youth, our own indigenous youth. But we also see a huge interest from what we would call settler people, or the outside people outside of our communities. So foraging itself is really growing. And as Haudenosaunee agriculturalists traditionally, we actually gathered more than we grew. Like we had, you know, we were notorious for our agricultural Three Sisters agricultural system, you know, and we have many examples of those Three Sisters growing. But we have come to realize and understand the importance of the garden that was the foraging area that was in the bush itself, the value of that bush. One of the concerns and issues that I do have myself as an elder in our community here is when I see foraging, because we're starting to go over, although we look at, you know, some of us struggle very hard to get those seeds, get those plants going in the bush. And then we see others come in to start to forage and gather, which we, you know, ultimately want them to do for their own food security and sovereignty. But a lot of foragers are just taking too much. They're not really paying attention and being mindful of what's there. So what we've been promoting here more is for people to grow their forage, right? So that whole concept and idea of growing your forage is what led us to our Carolinian food forest example. And I haven't really given it a name, but it's basically a traditional Haudenosaunee foraging area. We could have called it a Carolinian food forest per se, but it's a little bit different than the food forest that we traditionally think of in terms of what the permacultures people have created. So we do, as I said, we do encourage people to start to grow their own forage, so thereby hopefully spreading and understanding the need to do that in any ecosystem, no matter where it is that they live. So basically we find our area and just started to fill in the holes, the spaces that we see. You know, yes, we have taken some time to remove some of the invasive species. Generally most of them, but you know, sometimes not always, because we have to be mindful of their space too, because you know, they're settlers here too, to this land. And so I think sometimes maybe because they're new settlers, we still haven't really, right now we're calling them invasive species, eh? And I always laugh at that because I remember asking my mother one time, like what that whole idea was. And actually I was asking her about what an alien is. And she just looked at me really strange. And she says, we don't have that word in our language. You know, she says, it's all part of creation. You know, so we have to maybe kind of gently use that term invasive species and try to figure out, how do we work with this? You know, do we take the time to reflect back and ask the creator to help support us in the relationship that we have with that plant? If there's too much, if there's not enough, or however, you know, asking him for his guidance to read the land, to observe the land, to be able to know what to do with the ones that are causing us problems, right? So we like to think here, see, one of the things that we're actually trying to create is what we call a living seed bank. Like Mohawk Seed Keepers Garden is a location where local Haudenosaunee people come to get their seed. Whether, you know, we carry about 14 varieties of traditional corn seed, like, you know, a dozen or 20 so varieties of traditional beans, and just like the fruits and vegetables and things we eat. But so we're we're kind of looking at our Carolinian food forest area as a living seed bank. So where people can come and see the plant in its natural habitat, so that, again, as many of you are doing, we can continue to spread and to continue to educate people, okay? We work a lot with traditional seers and healers here in our community, and a lot of them bring their mentees, their young learners, their, you know, the ones that they're trying to teach. And eventually our goal is to, once we have enough, is to be able to literally share those living plants out so that people can put them, as I said, to start to grow in their own spaces, their own foraging plants or their own areas, and thereby helping us revitalize on a larger scale. And one of the things that's really important is that we look at that tie back to that food, because basically everything that we try to introduce is, you know, it's like ground nuts and you know, those kinds of things that we're traditionally have always eaten. But we also tried to look about that, the tie that those plants have back to us as humans, because they're not just a food. Like, even though we like to look at them as foods, sometimes we have to approach them as medicine, which is totally different. And because it's very difficult for us. I know a lot of people are into planting medicine gardens. It's not really an indigenous traditional practice, because it's such a different protocol that you go through when you go to take a plant for a medicine, right? You know, so we don't really usually traditionally do that. But we want to, you know, get people away from that, looking at a food just as something to eat as a commodity, because that's what's making our foragers take too much from the bush that we're trying to, you know, replenish. For Indigenous Haudenosaunee people, we understand that we're healed as much by that environment as we are by a pill. You know, we can't just take a pill and think we're going to be okay. That for us, we have to be in a certain kind of environment. We are what you call woodland Indians, right? So for a Haudenosaunee person, if I was in, say, the Southwest in a desert environment, it's a lot harder to heal me than it is here, because the environment is not there. And today you're starting to see scientists and researchers think about that in terms of breathing in, right? Breathing in the healing aspects of these plants in their natural setting, of these trees in their natural setting. And you see a lot of science now starting to think about that. Actually, I even seen a presentation the other day about tree therapy, you know, and I thought, gee, we've been doing that forever. We have these we created within our natural area, those natural little pockets of quiet spots where the people can make their sacred fire, where people can go there to heal, because we've got to remember the plants living, breathing in that environment is also what's helping us. So therefore, I know a lot of people, organizations, everybody closed for COVID, we did the opposite. Like I made sure people could still come here, because our people can't just stay in the bubble in their house and get better. You know, they have to be in our environment. They have to be breathing the air of the trees. There are certain medicines and plants and foods that they can eat that will actually help ward off our COVID. So that was really important to us. So they need to do their ceremony in the bush, in some of these ecosystems that everyone, and I appreciate everyone's work to try to revitalize them, because it's really important for some of us. Many of our traditional methods, they tell us, even once we do get sick, that we have to return that illness to the bush. You know, we have to take it back, you know, because there's this positive and negative energy. And sometimes we have to learn how to reclaim that negative energy so that the bush can heal us. So we were really happy this year to get the $1,000 forestry invasive species grant to help us purchase some of the really rare things that we didn't have here. And so I was really happy that one of our forestry students, who is a volunteer here, helped to do that for us. So, but as you know, Six Nations is a large part of the Carolinian forest, and so a large part of that Carolinian forest, if you actually look on the map, you can see, like, this square, you can see Six Nations very easily. So over the hundreds of years that we've been here, our people have been pretty good at their natural restoration. But as we modernize more and more, then what happens is people start cutting the bush, and that's a real concern for me, because once we see the bush go, that we will see the collapse of our Haudenosaunee, like our traditional society is going to collapse if we don't have that bush around us. So I'm working really hard to do that. We welcome all kinds of guests and visitors, both Indigenous and non-Indigenous, to our location, whether they're interested in just learning how to grow corn, or they want to get into the learning how to do maple syrup, or being around pawpaw trees, or any of those kinds of things. So we have a wide variety here, but we're trying to revitalize that whole concept of Haudenosaunee Indigenous agriculture, which very much includes the restoration of the Carolinian food species and other species that go along with that. So that's what we're doing. So Nyawakoa, sorry I didn't wasn't able to just come on live with you today. I didn't realize I'm not that computer literate, and this is using some unique webinar thing that I never experienced before. So I apologize for that, but thank you very much.
Thanks to you, Terry Lynn. I think we do have time to show that video. So maybe Colin can cue that up for us.
Okay.
Okay, great. Thanks again, Terry Lynn. That was excellent. I think that'll be another theme, perhaps, in our discussion. We can integrate is certainly the importance of traditional ecological knowledge in restoration success. But it's now my pleasure to introduce our fourth and final panelist and speaker today, Tracy Etwell. Tracy is a restoration ecologist on the Rights of Way and Grasslands Projects team at Canadian Wildlife Federation. Tracy has a Master's of Science in Fire Ecology and a postgraduate certificate in ecosystem restoration from Niagara College. So it's so nice to see Niagara College represented along with the excellent grads from Fleming College. So she has an extensive experience with inventorying, planning, and restoring terrestrial, riparian, and wetland habitats in Canada. So I will hand it over to you, Tracy. Go ahead.
Thanks, Al. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Great. So thanks for the invitation to the summit today. So what I'm going to talk about is a project we're doing right now with the Canadian Wildlife Federation. So it's a Rights of Way project looking at pollinator habitat. And as mentioned, I'm the restoration ecologist on the project. So I get involved in the nitty-gritty of what to plant and how to monitor and where to get seed. So this was a vision from Carolyn Callahan, and she connected with some American colleagues who were doing this project in the States. And this really came about with concerns over the monarch population. So as you know, it's in serious decline, and there's a lot of concerns about what can be done to increase the habitat of the species. So in the States, they created this really large network, Rights of Way Habitat Working Group. And they're working with industrial partners, municipal partners, and they're all trying to build this kind of pollinator habitat on their roadways, on their power lines. So she took this idea and she's brought it up to Eastern Ontario. And, okay. So the idea is that we have all these spaces, of course, that we use in our urban setting. So we have roadsides, we have pipelines, we have these power utilities, even solar and wind farms, all kinds of recreational paths that are maintained. So the idea is that these spaces are great places for pollinator habitat. A lot of them are maintained, and for instance, power utilities, they have to be maintained in a way that they get rid of woody material. So the shrubs and the trees are regularly cleared. So the idea is that our pollinators really are highly dependent on the forbs and the grasses. And so these can be great spaces for them to use that habitat. So taking us a bit more to the eastern side of Ontario, the other aspect that comes into this, as mentioned before, dealing with invasive species. So the roadsides in eastern Ontario have been wildly taken over by wild parsnip. If you may know this species, it can cause quite nasty burns, it can cause blindness. So this is a concern for a lot of the maintenance staff that are dealing with these roadsides, as well as people just using these spaces recreationally. So one of our big partners was Lanark County, and they were faced with huge issues with wild parsnip. And so we made a connection with them. And since they were already having to remove all this wild parsnip, we came up with a plan where if we could get rid of the wild parsnip and we could replace it with native vegetation, how we could support the pollinators along the way. So what we're trying to build is a native meadow habitat type. As I mentioned, it doesn't have a lot of trees, it doesn't have any shrubs in the area. It heavily supports all our wild pollinators. And so when I say pollinators, I'm talking about monarchs, all kinds of other butterflies, flies, wasps, all of our native species. Most people aren't aware that there's a whole stream of other kinds of species out there other than the honeybee that we know and love so much. So we're trying to look at the whole gamut of the pollinators that we can support. As many of you probably know, our pollinators are under huge pressures and they're declining. So not only are we concerned about biodiversity and ecological services, we're also concerned about food services. So all the pollination that happens on our food crops. So something else that these native meadows can support is flood attenuation and road runoff. So obviously we have some big flood events and these meadows can actually slow that water and help control the flooding. They can also act as a natural snow fence. So you've got heavy snowfalls in this part of Ontario. That vegetation help capture that and not have it blowing across the road quite as much. We're also looking into carbon sequestering to see if we can show the benefits of these meadows for holding on to carbon and pulling it back in the soil. Another aspect is the economic side of things. So these roadways, power lines always have to be maintained. There's always a program involved. So if we can show that replacing the standard vegetation with more native species, then also it could mean reduced costs down the road. Might be less mowing, less spraying. Then that would be a win for many of these partners as well. So I'll take you here again to Eastern Ontario. So this is our study area currently. So we have a grant from the Ontario Trillium Foundation, and we've designated the counties of Quinte, Kingston, and Rideau. So we're just outside of Belleville on the west side, and then just to the outskirts of Ottawa on the east side. So we're looking at these counties and these townships and all the little areas in between as our study area. And we're trying to show that this is a great model. And the idea is eventually we'd like to move it across Ontario and then eventually across Canada, if possible. There seems to be a huge interest from the public that's very concerned about the pollinators, and they want to help and they want to see this move across. And the reason why we sort of chose this catchment to start with is because the monarch move through Southern Ontario and they follow the lakes and they travel up into Ottawa and just past the Quebec border. So we know that this is a great area for habitat for them. So that's where the primary focus is. But obviously we have pollinators all across Canada that need this kind of habitat. So we're partnering with, as I mentioned, different municipalities, utility operators, and the model is really like a networking model. So we're trying to get all these different partners together and help them train each other on the best ways to do these projects, and obviously pull in restoration guidance as well. But we want to be able to show them like a path. We've developed a guide to show them how to get going with this kind of thing. And so once they start getting a project underway, we think it's very important to do monitoring on it. So again, we partnered with the Rights of Way Habitat group from the States, and they've developed this pollinator scorecard. And basically you go through and answer a number of questions, and then it gives you a score at the final end. And it will fall into different categories of like fair habitat, good habitat, excellent habitat. And we'll be using this kind of data to kind of guide what works and what doesn't in terms of the restoration. It's a 3-year project, so we've just started our monitoring this year, and then we'll look at sites as we go through the 3 years. And as I mentioned, we're hoping we'll be able to renew and look at longer term as well. So yeah, one of the biggest concerns and challenges we have are with herbicide use. So it's kind of a sensitive topic, and some municipalities rely heavily on herbicide use. Some have had huge pushback from citizens on using herbicide. So we're kind of trying to deal with that situation and decide or give best practices basically about when it's appropriate to use herbicide and when there could be other approaches. So one of the reasons that we're using this scorecard is to look at different treatments on the roads. So for instance, Lanark County has a volunteer program where citizens did not want a certain stretch of the road sprayed. So they have signed up as volunteers, and they go and they hand pull the wild parsnip so that stretch of road doesn't need to be sprayed. So those road segments are put into the monitoring plan so we can see how well they do for the pollinators. And likewise, we have sites where we've had boom spray. So the county goes through and does a broadcast spray. So we've got sites that we're looking at that as well to see what the habitat score is on that. And then thirdly, we're looking at sites where there might have been a construction project or something that happened where they would typically go back and reseed with a green up mix, like a standard roadside mix. So what happens when you replace that standard roadside mix with a native mix? Can you show over time that you've benefited the native pollinators in the area? So just some brief lessons learned. So we talked about meadow habitat restoration. It's compatible with these different rights of way managers with what they need to do on the ground. Use of the native seed to our seed zones is very important to us. Increasing the cover and diversity of these sites has been really beneficial. How important it is to have a weed-free seed bed. Once you get your site contaminated with weeds, it's quite an uphill battle. So getting that initial stage, that initial setup is very, very crucial. Post-construction soils or recently cropped soils, they represent a really great way to start. So if these places have already had some construction or some disturbance and they're a plain canvas ready to work with, they can be really great sites as well. It takes communication and time to change public expectations and aesthetics around native species. So as I mentioned, people are very, very interested in pollinators and in the cause. There's still a lot of work to do for people to understand what native species are and what they look like, and get, I guess, a better public relations of what the native species are and what their value is in our communities. You don't want people just reseeding a beautiful place and then the public comes out and says this is ugly and you need to mow it. So that's a big challenge. Also, the lack of native seed suppliers with Eastern Ontario seed. So The research for pollinators is suggesting that once you get up into the 26 species in a mix, you get really great benefits for the pollinators. So we're really aiming to have a high number of forbs, which, you know, in southwestern Ontario, we have a lot of seed suppliers that are working with you know, grassland seeds and so on, which is great. And we do want a bit of grass in our meadows, but we really don't want it to dominate. We want the forbs to be the predominant feature. So forb species are even harder to find and expensive because they're hard to clean and gather and so on. So by the time you add in a lot of forbs, it can get quite pricey. So it's a bit of a sales job too to different managers and counselors that there is value in spending a lot of money on native seeds. We have done a little bit of collecting, so we did get a permit from the City of Ottawa to go out to some different natural areas and collect some of the more common seed, which has been great, but it's kind of an issue with having enough bodies to ramp that up. Something else I see that's a problem is not having a lot of information on pure live seed. So I would like to see more, eventually more data available from different vendors on what their status is of their seed. When you consider you're spending a lot of money on native seed, it's nice to know that you're getting as much value for your seed. And also if the pure live seed status is low, then maybe you might want to buy more. Or likewise, if it's very high, then you might not need quite as much, which helps balance out the cost. And the worst thing is to seed with something that's low live seed, and then all of a sudden you get a failure of your restoration site. Also challenges, as I mentioned, with herbicide use. So yeah, so basically, as I mentioned, we're going to be tracking this over time and seeing where we can expand and move across with interested parties across Ontario and into the rest of Canada eventually. So that's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Tracy. That was excellent. Great work. Good overview, and certainly helpful, I think, and informative on the challenges side there at the end with your focus on that slide. So perhaps stole a bit of my thunder on sort of starting the discussion. So I guess at this point, for those that are able to, from today's panel, the third panel, Val, Radek, I'm not sure if Terry Lynn is going to be able to join us via audio, but I'm hopeful. And then of course, Tracy. So if you guys could all join us on your webcams, if you're able to, that would be great. There's Val, there's Radek, there's Tracy. I haven't seen Tracy in forever. Yeah, so, and
Alan, sorry, can I just jump in really quickly and remind the audience to put their questions in the Q&A, and we can get to some of those maybe. Sorry.
Those are in the chat. Those are in the chat then?
The questions tab, and we'll make sure that you have access to that. Yeah, but okay, just yeah. For the audience, there's a Q&A tab. You can put your questions.
Okay, great. Yeah, so
sorry, Alan, it's Colin here. I've just made you an organizer, which I think muted your microphone by accident. So give me a second here. I'm going to try and reconnect your audio.
Sorry, Alan, one sec. We're having a tech issue. You're muted. Pardon us. Just one moment. Colin's on it.
Okay, Alan, you should be back live. Your questions are live as well.
I'm not. Was anybody able to lip read the last couple of minutes?
No.
No, too much to ask. Basically, what I was mentioning was that, you know, I'm going to stick with my original thought in terms of starting a discussion, and we've got about 26 minutes for that. It's sort of on the lessons learned aspect of your work, and what if you could pick one major surprise that I'm thinking in my own experience and discussions I've had with practitioners over the years that have been working on projects that are particularly difficult. And John Rieger, who was one of the founding members of the Society for Ecological Restoration, loved to share that one project that he just could not really get any progress on. And I was always kind of amazed by the fact that somebody with his knowledge and experience was stumped. So I'll hand it over to the panel, to whoever wants to start out. What is the sort of biggest lesson, challenge you feel you faced in the work, and then, you know, surprises that you encountered along the way? Val, Radek, Tracy, anybody would jump in? Mary Lynn, if she's still on.
I'd be happy to start, Alan. For us here, I think a lot of it has to do with the surprising amount of agricultural legacy that remains within the seed bank when we're doing our restoration projects. So, you know, you do your site prep and you're very well prepared and you do a good job, and yet you're still faced with a lot of agricultural legacy species that appear after your restoration work. And with that, it's shocking how long it actually takes for your restoration project to show signs of success and moving in the correct trajectories, which is, I'm finding, you know, at least 3 to 4 years before you see a whole lot of progress made. So the work that we do today, we don't see for 3 or 4, sometimes 5 years. And that's challenging to have that kind of patience. You know, you're working hard and like to see better progress much faster, and to communicate that sometimes is challenging as well.
I'll just say, seeing your progress, Val, sort of on the land is really impressive. You guys are doing phenomenal work, and like, I'm not there every day, so I don't see sort of those incremental steps. But yeah, you guys have done some phenomenal work from what I can see. But yeah, I mean, some of those legacy species, like in our situation, we're, you know, we have been sort of maintaining remnants and restoring. Like I came into my position sort of several years into restoration at the Black Oak Savannah like site properly. So, you know, I haven't seen until now, haven't seen sort of the initial phases. And yeah, it can be quite, I don't know, for me personally, like overwhelming, and sort of depends on everybody's capacity too, right? If you have a lot of capacity, you can tackle a lot, and sort of don't have a lot of people, you don't have a lot of people power, that can be sort of really daunting, I should say. So when you show up on 100 acres and you're like, I've got to sort of, with limited capacity, I got to tackle this. It's like, yoicks. But yeah, so that's like a serious challenge. But I think that's a challenge that is different for different people in different contexts at different stages. Like I said, I don't think I've fully acknowledged the amount of people power that it takes to sort of carry stuff out or to initiate restoration. Yeah, sort of given the various tools that one has at their disposal.
I think for me, I mean, obviously I highlighted the herbicide aspect. That's a challenge, trying to get those invasive species down so you can actually seed even to start, or you come back to your seeded site and it's full of weeds. It's a bit disheartening. But also, just like I mentioned, the public side of things, I don't know how many projects or natural areas I've been responsible for managing, and I come out and somebody's on a John Deere tractor mowing it down, and you're trying to have this conversation and you feel like you're on 2 different planets, because the love of the beautiful green lawn is what average citizen wants to see, and they don't see the value. So trying to explain to them about, you know, what these native plants are about, and well, this wildlife habitat, and that's a major challenge for me. So I'm obviously on a different planet.
Well, if I can just jump in next, I think I'm on that different planet with you too, Tracy. In terms of jurisdiction, I think that's one of the biggest issues or challenges that I see in revitalization or trying to create things. The treaty land, federal versus provincial versus First Nation nightmare of jurisdiction. And just a lot of the treaty lands, just out and out theft, where we don't have control over our own territories anymore. So that to me is one of the biggest challenges. It's just that jurisdictional challenge that exists out there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Terry Lynn, and that's really a great segue into sort of the second aspect that I wanted to maybe put to the panel, because it's a theme that's been obviously woven throughout Terry's entire session, is the traditional ecological knowledge aspect. And I think a couple of our earlier presenters, I think it was Melissa Spearing and Dan Werner, made mention of the fact that the Society for Ecological Restoration is hosting right now their 9th World Conference on Restoration. And one of their first keynote speakers was Dr. Robin Wall Kimmerer, who really urged, a biocultural approach to restoration as we head into the, UN Decade of Restoration. And she felt really that success in restoration requires complementary insights from traditional ecological knowledge and Western scientific knowledge. So I guess the question then for me to the panel would be, a lot of that I think stems from that broken relationship piece that, we have with land and the cultural element is an important aspect of that. So, have you seen this as part of your project being a central thing, that combination of traditional ecological knowledge with more Western scientific based knowledge and how do you see those aligning? Go ahead, Val. Yeah.
I think Radek would be great to speak on that.
Sure, go ahead.
I noticed that talking Tara Lynn was like highlighted that she was talking. I didn't want to take her opportunity.
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Go ahead.
I mean, in terms of traditional ecological knowledge, I'm a traditional seed keeper. So I've been raised my entire life to fill this role in my community. So I don't know any other way. And I think that's one of the issues and things that traditional knowledge is you're reared with it. It becomes part of you. And as you grow up in life, it's not something you can suddenly, I'm 30 years old, I'm going to become a gardener and learn this traditional knowledge. And I think that's true in any profession, so to speak. There's nothing more valuable than somebody's wealth of knowledge that they've accumulated after a life of long journey of learning and living in whatever it is, whether it's whether they're a carpenter or whatever it is that they do. That historical knowledge that they developed is really critical and important. And then when we marry it with our own agricultural society as Haudenosaunee people, is when we marry that scientific knowledge or that knowledge that we have with our traditional ceremonies, and we create a spirit there. That's which is really important. So for me, and I also have the advantage of living in my own community. So if I lived someplace else, it may not be as easy to do, but I live in my own community. Traditional knowledge is rampant here. Like, we have a lot of it. I do acknowledge the fact that there's a great loss of it out there. I also acknowledge the fact that there's a big segment of the society yet today that doesn't respect it at all. Because we're seeing a lot of the racism towards First Nations people, so their knowledge is not going to be respected either, unfortunately. So, but I think that's very critical of when organizations want to work with First Nations people, is that they learn to sit at the table quietly for a long time, right? And just keep listening. And it'll take you a while to get it, but then eventually you'll hear what the people are really concerned about. Because sometimes it's not always about the restoration, because the restoration piece goes along with a historical piece of trauma in terms of the violation of the land. That's just as near and dear to the people's heart as what you're gonna do to fix it. So I think we have to, ask anybody working with our people to be respectful of that and just listen for a long time and be patient, because lots of times I find that people don't want to let the air be filled. Like they don't. Our people have this tendency to let quiet spaces okay because we're thinking for a few minutes and then we're reflecting, right? So that's one of the things I guess is important, because I think that's the only way that you're going to be able to get traditional ecological knowledge to be acknowledged and to have a space in the room when you're having these discussions about what you're going to do to fix the environment. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Terlyn. I just wanted to say that sort of working at the Black Oak Savannah Valderville First Nation, I think that's sort of the foundation of our work, is the sort of interface of traditional ecological knowledge and Western Eurocentric science and practices as it relates to ecological restoration and the environment. I can sort of speak for my experience. Like, I've worked for Alderville, the Black Oak Savannah, for 7 years, and I think a lot of it is like, if you're trained as a Western scientist, you're used to sort of accessing knowledge through certain platforms, right? It's either like scholarly journals, or the way that we access information now in this digital age is like everything's at your fingertips, right? Whereas sort of in my experience, traditional ecological knowledge isn't something that you just want and access. It's based on relationship, and I think it's probably because it's rooted in relationship as well. It's rooted in people's relationship with the place that they live, the place that they inhabit, and sort of the beings that they interact with. And so sort of coming at it sort of the same way that it has come to be makes sense. I'm not sure if I'm sort of communicating that very clearly. I apologize if it's, it's a little bit theoretical, but or like heady, or sort of rooted in, I guess, emotion and thought. But yeah, I think that it's rooted in relationships, and relationships take time to build. Just like when we're restoring a grassland habitat, the results don't come in until 3 years down the road. That's us building a relationship or restoring a relationship with the landscape. And I think traditional ecological knowledge, at least in my experience, can come about that same way. It's sort of about sitting with people and talking with people and sort of being vulnerable with people, and sort of not imposing like a hierarchy of knowledge systems. I think there's a lot to it. Yeah, I think that's a good conversation to have, but I don't want to take up everybody's space. So if somebody else wants to add.
Yeah, great points, both of you. And I don't know if Val or Tracy want to add to that, but go ahead. Okay, if not, Val, looks like you have a comment.
Well, I think Terlyn and Braddock really zoned in and spoke well about the subject. I'm eager to learn and listen and do our best to combine Western science and traditional knowledge as best we can. Absolutely.
Yeah, great points. Anything else, Tracy, you wanted to add to?
Just that, it's apart from my organization, like, we're across Canada, and that's a big goal of ours as well, is to connect with many First Nations groups. We've had some discussions with a few First Nations on the eastern side of Ontario on different reserve land and how they might treat their roads with the same kind of pollinator approach that we're looking at. And I think there's a ton of opportunity for getting youth involved. And also, I know there's a couple of First Nations seed companies that are starting up, and so we're really looking to partner with those organizations as well.
Great. Appreciate all those comments. And yeah, I think we all need to listen more and have patience. I think if I could take a couple of things from those comments, that listening and being patient in terms of outcomes and in terms of relationships are key aspects, I think, in restoration. Absolutely. I'm just looking at the questions, and I think I see one. on the board. I'm not sure who asked it, but it's sort of pertaining to the discussion we just had. So perhaps I'll put it out there. Indigenous people steward over 80% of the world's biodiversity that's remaining. You know, how does this inform seed sovereignty? So I don't know if anybody specifically has some comments. Certainly Terry Lynn, possibly, I'm sure.
Could you just repeat that once more? You were cutting out a little bit.
Okay, so yeah, the indigenous people steward over 80% of the world's biodiversity that's remaining. So how does that aspect inform the sovereignty of seeds, the seed sovereignty aspect?
In terms of Indigenous people, one of the things that's important and critical, and this goes to organizations too, when you're working with First Nations people, is this whole concept or idea of what I call pan-Indianism, meaning that just because you learned a practice or a ceremony or significant plant in one First Nation for one Indigenous people does not mean that means anything in the next one. So it's really important, even for the sake of the seed, some people will have specific plants that are sacred to them. Others, it's not. It's just there. So, as stewards of our territories, or as an Indigenous seed keeper, as a steward of my family's, as we've had the seeds in our family since time immemorial, right? And how does that I need that seed to keep going to the next generation. That's why I was given the responsibility of being a seed keeper. If I can't uphold my responsibility, then I drop the ball for the next generation. So that's how it informs that sovereignty concept or idea. If I don't have it, there's no way we're going to be sovereign, right? We, you know, if we let the seed fall. So there are very few seed keepers left in the country. Across the country, in terms of the old ones that are still, you know, maintaining seed banks from their families across the territories, but those that are there are still very connected to that. And seeking them out and trying to find them when you do go to a First Nation, you say, who, you know, looking for your specific gardeners and stuff like that is really critical, because you really, as I say, you really need to learn from the people in that spot, as opposed to, you know, it may connect with what you learned on the other side of Canada. You know, it may connect, and I'm sure it will, but there's still make sure the knowledge is, I guess, would you say, a primary source in the communities or in the territories. So thank you.
Thank you. Any additional thoughts from the others on this particular question? Yeah. No, I think Terry Lynn really summarized that quite well. I guess, though, I don't see any other questions, but I did have one more for the panel. That's one I always like asking, because I know that a lot of restoration project work is framed around setting of goals, certainly introducing various strategies that are relevant to the site itself. Val mentioned site prep and agricultural aspects that provide challenges, but you know, how do you guys in your project work and in your experience measure success ultimately? Is it a broad range of criteria? Is it one thing that tends to drive your own sense of accomplishment? You know, how do you measure success?
That's a really good question. I think that you know, there's all sorts of metrics that we're sort of collecting, you know, but I think personally, just because of timelines of things, and this is sort of was taught to me by sort of my mentor when I started at the Black Oak Savannah, was that there's a level of intuition to it as well, because there's sort of, when you walk the land, you can see sort of responses to restoration that maybe that the data is not representing, you know, and there's all sorts of examples I have in my mind about that, but you know, I really think that not to discredit the data collection or the protocols or anything like that, those things are really valuable, especially for longer term data sets, or if there's any transmission, like if if I weren't there like at the Black Oak Sand any longer, like there has to be a way to transmit that that information. But I think for me, sort of what keeps me going anyway are sort of just responses that that are anecdotal, and like the other day, sort of watching the tree swallows cruise around an area that is just this past spring has gone out of like cash crop farming and into a different transition, and it's like the response of the sort of organisms is yeah, it's incredible, and it's inspiring, and it's rewarding, and it's not huge changes, but it's sort of little things like that that sort of keep a person going, because you got to go mow another 100 acres of weedy weedy annuals. And yeah.
Yeah, that's great. I know that data tends to drive a lot of how we assess things, but it's the the qualitative aspect that sometimes resonates with people more than looking at graphs and sets of data. But Val, Tracy, Terry Lynn, any thoughts that you might have on that?
I could just say we do have like quantitative goals. So we have like a goal to achieve 7.3 square kilometers, but also we'll be looking at the scorecard and trying to pick the best management approach that gets us that high score on the scorecard. But also, yeah, just on a personal level, going out and seeing a field full of forbs this past week, watching the monarchs fly through the meadows on their return back was epic. Yesterday, I saw my first monarch caterpillar on a monarch or on a milkweed on the side of the road. That was pretty exciting. And also a plot that I sampled that had 50 milkweed within 70 meters. So those are all little things that I think are successful. And also from the citizen science perspective, there's an app called iNaturalist. And so we're starting to get that going and promoting that, getting the public to come out and record their observations of whether it be milkweed or monarch or pollinators. So the more people we see getting out, they're getting educated and getting engaged with the project as well. So those are all measures of success for us.
Terry Lynn, did you want to add before I add our
doesn't matter. You're already started. You might as well go.
Well, we use several techniques to monitor. One of them is a static T-bar post that we've painted red so you can find it very well. And we take photos at the 4 cardinal points consistently in the same weeks year after year. So as they say, a photo says 1,000 words. So we can actually quantitate our progress through time. My colleague Amanda Tracy created a tallgrass prairie assessment document that grades the system, the polygon, and records the restoration of progress through time. So we've just embarked on that. And also when we created our natural area conservation plan, we also have set goals like Tracy had mentioned, so many percentage of grassland, tallgrass prairie restoration, forest restoration, and wetlands and so forth like that. So we do have quantitative, but nothing beats seeing a species at risk on your land that you've been working to restore. And I mean, it's really a beautiful and a wonderful feeling. And to share that with other people is amazing.
It's great. Terry
I really
Lynn?
like that idea of taking the photo. That's a really excellent idea. And I think I'll try to steal that if you don't mind.
No problem.
But one of the things that I know, like one of the things that I do here at, as I have 7 grandchildren, they come to school here every day because it's COVID. So Six Nations does not send its children to school and hasn't for over a year and a half now. So anyways, I teach my grandchildren, but one of the big things is that because we walk the land every day, and I teach them all about what's out there and what's happening. And I think my measure of success is when I can, when the land can tell its story again, when it can hold its head up, you know, and it can tell the story of its past, of what it was, how beautiful and how pristine it was in the past. So when the land can tell that story again and show it to us, right? And then when my next generation, when my grandchildren can come along and hear that story because they know those plants or they have a relationship or they see them, that's when I know I've been successful, you know, because my job is to make sure the next generation is in part with being sensitive to and the caretakers of these species that we are so valuable to us now today. So that's my measure.
Great, and probably a fantastic note to wrap up the panel discussion on. So I want to certainly thank Tracy, Terry Lynn, Val, and Radek today for their inspirational presentations and accomplishments and the great work they're doing. So I guess I'll hand it back to Stefan and or Colin to wrap things up, if that makes sense, guys.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's great. Thank you to all of our panelists. Thanks, Alan.
Thank you.
For taking a load off my back for the final session. That was really helpful. I've pulled together some notes. I'm going to kind of briefly go over some of the messages that we heard throughout the day. I also want to invite anyone to kind of linger for the next little while. If you want to ask further questions, some of the speakers may want to stay as well, have further discussion, conversation. So please do that. So in summary, today we got a few recommendations and heard a few messages. We heard this morning that our policies relating to restoration and natural infrastructure need to be dynamic and be adaptive and respond to new science as it emerges. We need to be strategic and efficient with our resources around restoration and focus on partnerships and working with local communities. We also heard that there's a particular lack of ecological expertise at the municipal planning level, and some work could be done in that regard, and that a few other notes from today. Sorry, I'm just shuffling through. I want to make sure I hit on each of the sessions. We heard about the value of volunteers and that we rely too often on the goodness of volunteers, whereas some of these positions, including seed collection, need to be further supported. Jobs need to be created for these positions, and they need to be, training for those positions needs to go along with that. We also learned about kincentrism and relating to plants perhaps in a different way, and how we can restore plants using seeds. So I think I'm going to leave the summary at that. These points will be added to recommendations in the State of Ontario's Biodiversity Report, and we can make sure a copy of that is accessible to you when it's done and over. I'm going to wrap up with a quick thanks, but again, if anybody wants to stay after for some questions or casual conversation, please do so. I'd like to thank Colin and Rebecca in particular for your swift action in behind the scenes, solving technical issues. I want to thank my fellow moderators who helped me so much today, Erin, Denise, and Alan. And I'd like to thank everybody else on the Biodiversity Council. We have a whole summer of sessions scheduled, so do check out the website for further sessions. And again, a big thank you. So feel free to stick around. You can ask me questions. You can ask some folks questions who stick around. I can let you know who those are in a minute. If you have to go, I totally understand. It's been a long day. And special thanks to those of you who have been with us since this morning. Okay, sorry, I just lost my my face there for a minute. That's okay, but I'm gonna go to some questions and some chat here. So Melissa is going to stick around, and that's great. Melissa, I have questions for you, and I'm sure other people do too. So I think we have this platform open until 4 o'clock for folks to linger. Unfortunately, we can't turn the voice on for attendees, so if you want to ask a question, you have to type it out. But all of the panelists, doesn't matter if you're in the morning, you can still control your audio and talk amongst each other, amongst yourselves. So great. I hope everybody found those sessions informative, inspiring. Let's see. There was a question I don't think we got to from earlier. I'm just gonna pop these out. So if you're still with us and you have your audio control, say hi. That would be great.
Hello.
Hi, Terry Lynn. How are you doing? Thank you so much for joining us today, and I'm really glad that you were able to at least get your audio going. Would love to see where you are, like your site live now. It was good to see a little preview with the videos. So Val encourages everyone to come and visit her at Hazelbird. I actually got to visit Val at Hazelbird a couple of weeks ago, and it was the middle of a very dry week. I don't know if you've had rain since then, Val, but it was very dry, and the forest was raining with moth grass, and it was kind of eerie, but beautiful. Is there any advocacy? So sorry, this is a question from Liz. Is there any advocacy going on at the provincial or federal level in terms of the seed source issue and bringing back capacity to gather, clean, distribute? So Liz, in Southwestern Ontario, anyway, I can speak to that. The Ontario Plant Restoration Alliance since 2015 has been advocating on the Ontario Biodiversity Council. We've presented a couple times, and I think at least once to the province. We're now partnered really closely with Carolinian Canada, who, as you may know, has a broad network of conservation stakeholders across the region. And we've been pulling together folks, all kinds of stakeholders. We're still going through it. We're trying to build a seed strategy, which includes policy around seed transfer, also some guidelines to ensure that we're using truly local wild seed and not something that was grown on a farm in Oregon and imported. So yes, if you'd like to get involved in an advocacy movement for native seed issues, please reach out through Carolinian Canada. We'd love your support. We're looking for support broadly. Melissa, do you want to talk about federal level seed?
I can. Yeah, no, glad to stick around for a bit. Great session, just want to say. Everyone who's still here, good job, Stefan. Yeah, so at the federal level, I would say that I think a lot of people are looking for a leader to take the same kind of role that the Bureau of Land Management has done in the US. It's challenging because I think at the, comparing things at the US level to here, as much as we take inspiration from it, it's really hard because I think that a lot of federal agencies in Canada, I mean, we've been relegated to policy and we're not on the ground as much as the Bureau of Land Management is. The Bureau of Land Management in the US is very Western focused. they've been dealing with the outcomes of big public land fires and directly on the ground staff doing work. So I think that they are just more directly connected to putting the right native species back that are written into these policies. So I think from a federal level, it's encouraging, especially at the global restoration conference, to see the Southern Ontario strategy. I know there's some Southern Alberta groups, and Parks Canada is really starting to lead some regional issues. Canada is just so big. And I think the problem with a big country is that we have regionally themed issues with what to put back and then the systems to do it. So I think everything I've learned in the last 6 months has been that we need to sit and understand the regional problems and the species that are going to be most in need, and then how to help them, how to help the producers, how to help the collectors. I'm very much a person, having been a seed collector, who understands, and been a nursery production person. I'm like, I understand that people take that for granted. I really want those people to, you know, make a living wage, make a happy existence, make a, you know, encourage other people to get involved in this stuff, because it's been too much for too long of not showing that it's a useful job. It shouldn't just be a seasonal thing anymore. And I think if we're going to talk about how to address this nationally, we have to talk about putting into place and quantifying. And that's what our surveys, I try to design them so that we could quantify what people are experiencing in 2019, like real number values. How much time did you spend seed collecting? What species did you work on? What species do you need? Like restoration values, supply and demand stuff. Like, it sounds contrary to most of what we've heard today about the spiritual value of seed collection, but I'm like, we need to quantify this so that we can come up with real policy solutions that create an environment that makes some of these things sort of compatible with the way it is today. So I wish I had a perfect solution that solved everybody's problems, but we don't have that. We have a very complex situation across the whole country, and it's got to be scaled and understood at a regional level. So I think from a national seed strategy perspective, we have to digest and take the best of what's happened at a regional level, bring it up to the national level, and then also try to quantify, you know, the best areas of action that we can do now. So I don't know. It's never a perfect answer. I mean, we're not, even the U.S. seed strategy work, they don't have. It's been great to hear them talk at SER 2021, because, you know, they've had $167 million of investment. They had 14 federal agencies working together to help, and they've got seed procurement, you know, examples and all this work, but it's still not perfect. It's never going to solve every problem. So I think the best thing we can do is just start from that, and all these grassroots groups keep doing what you're doing and like make it better, and then make sure you talk to people and say, this is what we're doing, and we want to make sure that it's recognized. Because at the federal level, as a farmer, as a on the ground dirt my nails person, I will make sure that every regional group gets its due recognition for what they've been doing, and we'll try to find a way to make sure that nothing's lost anymore. I don't want to see anything lost.
I'm going to jump in quickly just because there's been a few people in the audience asking. Yes, you will be able to see the presentations later. They'll be posted. Will there, I'm not sure if we'll be able to send around contact information for everybody, but I can check with the panelists. You can certainly email me, and I can figure out how to do that, I can chat with you. So if you'd like to get in touch with me, I'm going to put my email in the chat, okay? And I can potentially connect you with some of the speakers from today.
I'll just wait for it. I would love that more of the panelists would come online right now to just jaw. For sure. I think you're muted.
Sorry. Another question from Liz. Thank you for your question. The federal government has talked about including some kinds of jobs program in the restoration programs as part of the greening the economy portion of the budget. But I haven't seen anything since the original announcement several months ago. Is this still on the table? I'm not sure from the federal government what, no, I don't know. Melissa?
I'm a Fed and I still can't answer all program promises. I mean, communication is a very long road and I don't pass everybody in the car to, I'm sorry, I can't answer that.
I should note though, Liz, that some of this like nature-based solution funding that is coming down the pipework, you know, the organizations I work with anyway are considering the jobs that need to be done to achieve the work that's being funded, including seed collection and cleaning and training. So yeah, as we receive funding, I believe we're going to be putting more and more of that towards building capacity, human, you know, knowledge transfer, skill transfer, and, you know, paying for the jobs that need to be done, the hard work of collecting seed. But I don't know from the government perspective who's controlling that, or I don't know. That's a good question. Maybe I'll leave it there.
Could I say something? I don't know how to raise my hand.
Go for it.
I was just thinking about you. You can't even see me though, Melissa. Nice to meet you, by the way. I was just kind of reflecting back and thinking about what you said. You know, basically people ask me on the federal level, is this going to happen? Is that? And talking about how, yes, we'll make sure that each region gets its, you know, fair piece of the pie and stuff like that. And one of the things like because Canada is so large, as you mentioned, one of the things I do think about the fact that it is so large. That's why the provincial voice versus the central authority in Ottawa is always at loggerheads, right? And so that's that to me, even in any projects or things that we want to start or get done, that's always going to be there, right? Everybody's going to be looking for their slice of the pie. And just for me as an Indigenous person, we're a slice of the pie that's usually unnoticed. We don't even get a slice of the pie. We're not even thought of, okay? And so, but some of that, in some way, you know, it enrages me, but in other ways, it's okay because I like being left alone. you know, if you leave me alone, sometimes I can just marry on and continue on with the work that I think needs to be done. And one of the things I just wanted to share a little bit with the organization is in our traditional societies here in our communities, we have what we call traditional societies, and they represent a whole gamut of things. It could be a medicine society, right, for a very specific type of medicine. They could even be what we call singing societies, right? They could be fishing societies. So they're just different ways of important pieces in our communities, that make up our traditional community, that people with like interests come together and they create what they monitor that thing, you know. So if I were to give an example, it would be like an invasive species society, right? They're going to go and look at that, you know. So, but one of the points I wanted to make is that one of the responsibilities, for example, I'm a member of several societies, but one of them is a singing society. And what we do is we have certain times of the year, twice a year, where we gather as traditional societies and we have like a kind of a friendly competition, singing our traditional songs, creating new ones and sharing them and stuff. But one of the important parts of that is that in the morning before the societies actually get out there and start singing, they have a meeting. And what they do in that meeting is they talk about what they did as a society, and this is all volunteer work. Nobody gets paid, nobody like things like that. But they have to tell as a society what they did to uplift their community. Okay, what, you know, somebody's house might have burnt down, so they said we put on a social, which is like a traditional form of entertainment for our people, where groups sing and you dance and things like that. So a society might say we put on a social and we raised a few dollars by selling baked goods or whatever we did, and we donated that to these people that lost their house because their house burned down. Okay, so that concept of the singing society is what kind of strengthens us, because we're supposed to, you know, we knew as every morning when you walk outside and you hear birds singing, they uplift you. Okay, that was a role and responsibility given to them by the Creator. So all of our societies try to mimic that responsibility. How do we uplift our people? So that's what we do, and we know there's something wrong in our community. We try to see what we can do. So if you take that and you apply it to an organization, I think there's a certain part of a role or responsibility within any organization to figure out where's the problem, and to be honest with each other and say, you know, we're like, if the scale of 1 to 10, we're a 10 in terms of we're going to lose this habitat if we don't do something. And the next guy might get up and say, well, I'm not really a 10, but I'm somewhere maybe around a 7. So if money came down from the federal government or the province or anything like that to organization, who should get that money? You know, of course, we all want a slice of the pie. We all want it equal. But the reality is some of us are at more risk than others. And if there's any way to instill that value in the kind of work we do, I think at the end of the day, we'd be much happier people, because we have really to know that we've created a situation where we've uplifted the earth in such delicate strife, you know, that to be able to know that we uplifted it is far greater than to know that, well, I did my little piece here, right? And so I don't know how you apply that, but it's just a traditional way that we take care of the problems and situations in our communities from the talents or the different organizations that we have. So I just kind of wanted to share that, maybe just put that out there. So who knows, maybe there will be a society for, you know, for these kinds of things that you could introduce to volunteers, because I don't really think everybody needs to be paid. I wasn't really in agreement with it. I don't think, because I don't worry about that, right? People that come here to my garden come because of the love of it, because the land heals them. And that to me is payment enough. And people have to start to get that in their head. Working with plants, working with the land heals you, and in no way that a pill could. So I just needed to share that. So thank you.
I think that's great, Terry Lynn. I think in a small way, that's what the summit and the Biodiversity Council itself is taking small steps towards, figuring out who we need to work with, who has the expertise, you know, kind of holding everybody up and helping them do what they do best so that they can help us do what we do best. And maybe I'm not getting at it quite right, but yeah, we're trying to bring as many voices to this table to talk about seed and restoration as possible, so that we can uplift all of those different experts.
I was just going to express to Terry Lynn, I'm like, you're not alone in this. I feel like everybody on this panel has given probably far more volunteer hours to this cause than paid hours anyways. I mean, I think we're all here because that's what we've expressed in our in our personal work. I mean, it might be a job sometimes for some of us that we're lucky to get paid for it, but I think that most of the people on this panel that I know have given more voluntarily on their weekends and their holidays and their sacrifices from family time than they have professionally. So I don't think there's a better group to help with this cause than is here. It doesn't negate the fact that botanists and ecologists are really undervalued in this country. And I think that's a shared faction with the US and in a lot of places where traditional botany and observation skills about plants is kind of gone into, you know, very high-end science in a lot of ways. And I think that that's probably an underlying factor in feeling like we're not equipped to scale the solution to the problem. I think we're still, you know, I know that everyone talked about this and Stephanie Morningstar was really great in valuing it. I mean, like, I follow so much of what Robin Wall Kimmerer has written about and talked about, but like this circular approach. We're still like Canada, or the geography that is Canada, like we're still rebuilding from, I think we're rebuilding from a complete loss of awareness of what we are even at, like a status quo for where are we today, what do we need. It's the same thing that our seed supply survey is trying to take a metric of. I mean, we're trying to quantify this gap between demand and supply, and it sounds very economic, but it's very people based. It's very much rooted in people power and I think caring power. I don't even know how to quantify how much people care about the land, but like we have to do it some way, shape, or form. And that part to me has been the most intriguing part of being involved in this, because it's buried in something notionally called food supply and making sure native species get put back into restoration in a very, you know, Western focused policy and science-based way, but it needs to be people-based, people elucidated. So like, I don't know how to quantify it other than we need these kinds of conversations and summits to happen so that we hear people saying and showing that there is a gap between what's happening and what needs to happen. And so I don't know, that's.
I just want to flag, because we only have 3 minutes left and I'm not sure if we'll get kicked off or not. But if you know, there's obviously going to be a lot more conversations, group conversations, council conversations about these issues. And if you want to stay connected, I'm sorry I sent so many emails this past month, but if you do want to stay connected with some of these kind of collaborative, you know, early stage movements or projects, please keep in touch with me and let me know if I can continue bothering you with opportunities to share, discuss, you know, learn from each other. Yeah, like major thanks to everybody again before we get kicked off, but we have a couple minutes left if you want to keep chatting.
I mean, can I see not like extend it? You said you had questions, Stefan.
Can we extend it? I think so. I mean, it's Rebecca can let me know. I'm not sure. I mean, Melissa, you and I can always talk whenever you'd like, and that goes to everybody who is a panelist today. You have my contact information, and I'm always really more than happy to talk, to receive messages, to learn, to get feedback about the panel today. This is my first time organizing a panel session, let alone during a pandemic on Zoom. I apologize for all the technical hiccups. This was not my first choice of a platform, but thanks Rebecca and Colin for making it work somehow. Sorry, I'm gonna stop, but yeah, I think if anybody wants to just linger even longer, we'll see. Rebecca can let us know when we need to wrap up. Other questions, things people want to talk about while we still have the time?
There's 30 folks on the line, so I think that's encouraging.
Oh wow, okay. If those folks who are still online have questions, please drop them into the question box. That's the only way we can see them, and I can read them out loud. I feel like there were a couple questions from earlier today we didn't get to. So I will try to open those right now.
We said, did you have some pointed ones for me?
Sure. Yes. I had questions. Sorry, I had questions about kind of like prioritizing species for climate adaptation, or like how do you decide? Carrie said once this morning, and I don't know if she's still online, but I would not challenge her, but question, like, how do you know the population of oaks in Sault Ste. Marie is different in an adaptive, meaningful way from a population in Southern Ontario? Yes, they're in two different landscapes, but if you look at geological scales or the time that those oaks have expanded up into the regions that they're in, how do we know that they're distinct? In a way, yeah. Anyway, and how does that then inform where you want to put them in the future?
Yep. So okay, well, I'll take. I'm a species-centric thinker, so I deal with mostly with people researching individual species and individual responses. So I would say that the most straightforward answer to that is that when we do species-specific analysis, I mean, we're looking at stand level diversity, individual level diversity. For most trees, especially ones that are wind pollinated, which are mostly high successional, early successional, you know, they're like wind pollinated tree species are the most prolific in the landscape anyways. They have less barriers coming out in terms of proliferating. So I would say that most tree species have less, they have like, I mean, they're well studied because A, they're commercially viable, and B, they're a little bit easier to study. Most of what I think a lot of people are interested in these days is trying to figure out the limitations to less restricted species. So like understory, herbaceous, things that are really dependent on pollinators. And those need a lot more study because we take these generalizations, and the Ontario tree seed transfer policy is perfectly an example of this, where a policy was decided based on wind pollinated conifers and like one or two you know, wind pollinated species and how far they can move. So I would say that if I have to summarize how general you can make seed transfer decisions between populations in Ontario, is that you're looking at you're really looking at seed vector mechanisms that are dependent on what they're interacting with. So if it's wind pollinated, you can disperse things a little further. You can take a degree of risk further to move them. If it's an insect pollinated plant, I would be a little bit more cautious. So I mean, that is when they've taken this approach with the Ontario tree seed transfer policy to moving back towards eco districts, I think that allows us the chance to start asking people collecting within an eco district mindset, or having at least the maps to know where you're standing. Because I've done it before. I'm on a road, I'm like, am I in this seed zone or am I in that seed zone? So you're like bouncing back and forth. You know, the best thing people can do right now, if you're in a seed production landscape, and like keep track of where you're collecting these things from, especially big collections, because they could affect some research in the future. So, you know, I'm encouraging people to keep track of source ID, because it starts to allow us to investigate if the species we've not known enough about are still limited by the same factors we've designed policies for. Hopefully that makes sense. We need to know if species that are insect pollinated have less restrictions than policies currently allow. And there's only two ways of finding that out. We either do common garden studies, or we learn by killing things by moving them, which I think is a complete waste of people's efforts. So I'm really hoping that people understand that, you know, keeping track of seed source and encouraging research, supporting research is still, you know, really needed. A policy that's been made at a provincial level does not reflect every species. So.
Okay. Okay. And one last thing I just want to skim over real quick, Melissa, before we go. I am planning to send you seed to be stored long term. And if there's anybody still left on the call, I think Melissa would also appreciate receiving seed from you, and she can store it special. So maybe you want to talk a little bit about how that would work with anybody who wants to keep seed safe in a vault.
So I will, so anyone that's left, especially Terry Lynn, if she's still here, I mean, any of the Indigenous folks, I've heard some very good critical critiques that putting seed in a bunch of jars managed by white people is not a good, you know, strategy. But I will say that a seed bank is really just a means to time travel. I mean, I went to Europe and I heard it from many people, like a bean is the same as a pine tree, is the same as a grass, is, you know, like Canada is bizarre. Like we treat our seed banks as specially for the organisms that are in there, but they're really not. I mean, the knowledge is what's important. But if you choose to take your trust with the National Tree Seed Center, ignore the word tree in it, because we are working on herbaceous species with Parks Canada. We're starting to work on pinweed, some really unusual hemiparasitic plants in the northeast. So, you know, we are really starting to use our knowledge from tricky species to apply to perennial and annual species. But, you know, I think right now, to answer Stefan's question directly, is that if you want to engage with us, I mean, providing seed, we can provide seed testing back to you. So like there's so many species in Canada that do not have a single viability test ever done on a single species within our jurisdiction. We still don't have any seed that's even been proven to be woken up after storage. So we can grow those out, return them to you. And at the same time, I mean, a lot of what we're doing is knowledge transfer. So we may not be successful in the first collection we get in returning viable material, but we will do everything we can to at least tell you what happened to it. I mean, we are a public service. We're meant to be something that is designed to help advance seed strategies from the absolute baseline knowledge that needs to be done. So that's, to me, that's really about how to help producers. So that's viability, about 1,000 seed weight, about how to, you know, scale things up. So I think if I have to summarize, I want to just put out a plug for the National Tree Seed Center that ignore the word tree, will help with any national native species and data that you want to work on. So if you care about a native species, we're here to help.
That's great. I think we're going to wrap up now, like for real. So any last quick messages, send them our way. Otherwise, I'm going to count down and close this up. You know, again, big thanks. And I will be reaching out to everybody through email. One last email from me about the conference, and then that's it. Okay, thanks, Melissa, for sticking around, and thanks for everyone's extra questions. Okay. Perfect. Great. Okay. I have one last. Terry Lynn, thanks for the time. Absolutely, Terry Lynn, anytime. It's our pleasure. And feel free to reach out to me whenever you'd like. Okay. Goodbye, everybody. Thanks for coming to the Ontario Biodiversity Summit Restoration Workshops. Cheers.